ngā Māori motua kētū nei! Ana! Whiti! Whiti! Whiti ki te tika! Whiti ki te ora! Whiti ki te rangi Māori e tui tui ai ho! Au! Au e ha! Mōrena nau mai hara mai rā ki ngā papa o hopu hopu kei konei māua ko ata whai. E whakapāhu atu ana i ngā āhuatanga o te rā. Welcome to Hopu Hopu. We are here at the whai and I to broadcast the Hui Ato for Waikato-Tainui 2024. Anei rā te reo o pūrekireki e mihi atu ana ki a koutou nau mai whakatau mai rā.
What an intro! Tēnā koe! Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai ka timata tēnei kaupapa nui whakahirahira whakaharahara. Mai tēnei wā taira no ki tēnei ahiahi. Nā reira e mihi ata whai ana kia koutou katoa. Nei rā he uri no Ngāti Koroki Kahukura, no Ngāti Hikairo, no ngā mautere o te o Araura Enua. Ei, kia orana tātou katoa toa, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ai, nā reira, koutou e noho ana ki te wā kāinga, hara mai rā ātinana nei ki tēnei o ngā papa o Hopu Hopu. If you're at home watching and you would like to come out to Hopu Hopu, come. Come one, come all, everything here today. We'll show you what is going on here in Waikato-Tainui throughout the different peka branches of Waikato-Tainui, be it Tainui Group Holdings, the Waikato Endowed College, Waikato-Tainui itself, and everything that has been happening throughout the year. We are celebrating our Hui Ato annual hui that we have here at Hopu Hopu.
No mai, haere mai te whānau tamariki activities. We have many kararehe here. We also have Moana. Who else do we have here?
We have Elsa, we have Spider-Man, we have Batman, there is Raki Raki, there is Reme, so we have a wāhi for our tamariki. So this is a whānau-driven, kaupapa-driven event. There is free kai, there are free activities, but most importantly, there is information to let you all know what has been happening within Waikato-Tainui throughout the year.
Ka pai e te wi mautonu mai ka tahuri atu tātou ki tētahi kiriata. Tēnā koutou katoa. Sweet.
Right, all right.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. Oz, hey, next one.
Actually, if we do hang out, let's do with the kararehe, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. And
Ti hore mai te rangi, ti hore mai, mau te ua, whiti mai te rā. Mau te ua, whiti mai te rā. Kōtare ki runga pū whara Ruru parihau kai mate i te ua Ruru parihau kai mate i te ua mai tō pokorua kai ki te wai kai mate i te ua kai ki te wai kai mate i te
hoki mai, tō ia tainui tapotsu ki te moana māwai e tō, mahinga e tō.
I had to do that. Oh, aroha mai. Anyway, the magic is happening here at Hopu Hopu. Yeah, come along and you'll get a bit of magic dust.
We're all about that magic dust around here. Anyway, kei te whaia, kei te rangatira koia, nau I whakarite I te nui o tēnā o ngā kaupapa. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'll tell you why. It's just awesome to see our whānau come and just, you know, just to be with us and just to see what's happened in the last year since we last met.
Absolutely.
No mai hara mai I te whānau.
What are you most excited about today?
Oh, actually, it's the tamariki. I love seeing the tamariki because like they're walking around with their manu aute and just seeing like interact. It's just cool to see the tamariki. These are the future. So the tamariki, like, look at this. This is cool, man.
Can you see it, te whānau? Let's go have a hikoi, eh?
Let's have a hey. Should we have a run hikoi? Nah.
Okay, let's go. Hey, I went for my omata this morning as well.
No, let's
Ka pai no mai.
mai te whānau.
Hara mai te whānau me haere tātou ki te titiro. Titiro kei konei a Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
Moana.
Moana,
Me hea ki te whānau. Me hea ki te whānau.
Kia ora.
True, bro, no whea koe. Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Hamilton.
You're from Hopu.
Yeah.
You're from New York.
New York. I'm the Hamilton Spider-Man.
He's the Hamilton Spider-Man e te whānau. Tēnā koutou.
E moana.
And Moana.
Hello. It's nice to meet you, everyone. Hello.
Ka pai. Ka pai tamariki mā. Wave to the whānau at home. Ka pai.
So next, first of all, I'd like to come down here because we've got, if you want your eyes tested, anybody wants their eyes tested, come here. We've got one eyesight, one sight. Get a white hinga, get a white.
Get a white hinga. Okay, te whānau, kei konei. If you need to get your eyes checked, no mai haere mai ki konei. Speaking of eyes, can you do this?
See what?
With your eyes. No mai haere mai ki konei te whānau. To get your checks done, we also have, what's in this tēneti over
Okay,
here?
this here is the Riki zone. And kei konei a tatamira, o iti o aku tamariki, kōtero, tatamira, kotuku and amohia. So they're just doing, look, titiro all the activity. They've got colouring books, they've got manu ote, they've got some face painting happening. So, kotuku, mihi mai, kia ora.
Kia ora,
kia ora,
kōtuku.
amohia, there they are. That's the girls.
And that's what it's all about. Our tamariki, our rangatahi, giving back to our kaumātua, giving back to our mokopuna. Te tiro pipi mai, te whānau.
Pipi mā.
Pipi mā, bring your tamariki.
Tatamira hara mai. Pepe ana te mahi e pai ana.
He rawe. Hari kua ngā tamariki tera te mea nui, ana mātua just waho ngā tamariki e uku. Ka pai.
Kia ora,
Mahi
babe.
a te mahi.
Hey, mai a te mai e
Kia ora,
pānga mo ngā
tatamira.
tamariki.
Keep
Me hoa ke
staying awesome,
tātou.
babe.
Me hoa ke tātou ki tēnei tēneti, and it's all about
It's all
Anei.
about the kai.
kai, sausage sizzles I te whānau, unlimited amount, free, no mai haere mai ki te kai, he kapu tea, he kawhi hoki
A
ai.
kawhi, wai unu wai Māori. Yep, plenty of kai and plenty of unu. So
Kia ora,
tēnā
bub.
koe.
Kia ora, bub, ko e toingoa. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Look, oh no, his parents are gonna be like, oh no, he moved back. Yes, he did. Okay, te whānau.
Hey, we've got our fire, our ahi. So this morning, our ahi was lit. First thing this morning, ka niha te ahi, he karanga tangata. When the fires are lit, the people, it calls the people. So as soon as we got up, because we stayed here last night, it was foggy, we lit our fire and the smoke just went up and called the people. So no mai hara mai te whānau.
No mai haere mai te whānau, the people, especially the people. Te tiro ki roto I tēnei o ngā tēneti, kei roto nei ngā
We're going to
tini.
go through the teams, we've got all the teams.
Yeah, all the teams are up in here, and we have Kaylee here. Whānau, there's a hamper that we're giving away. Let the whānau know about
Yep.
the hamper.
So anyway, when you get here, meet and greet, you'll get a tote bag and a goodie in there. Then we've got the hamper over here. It's got lots of good. All you have to do is just write your name into the drawer, but be here after the presentations for the lucky winner.
The presentations also take place from 11 o'clock to 1,
Yeah,
one-ish this afternoon.
Kia ora. Kia ora, morena.
These beautiful wahine. Hey, they're both taken, but if you want some eye candy, no mai hara mai ki te hui ātou. Ka pai our comm skills right here. Tangi ora rawa ko Kaylee.
We're going to zip over here. We've got everything over here. There's lots of draws over here. Like at Acor, there's job opportunities at our hotels and also at Ruakura. So come here and go in the draws and also just to see what job opportunities there are.
Ka pai.
We're going to go down here.
Also a hamper with TGH. Kia ora, girls! Kia ora, kia ora. Okay, te whānau, no mai haere mai ki roto i tēnei expo. We're about to wrap up. Yeah, we have all the teams in here from Waikato.
All the teams are here, so no mai hara mai te whānau, no matter where you are. Come and have some magic. Crack up, crack up.
Tēnā koutou e te iwi kei konei mātou ki roto i ngā whare o te whakakitenga mo te hui ātou kei hopu kei tōku taha. Tētei o ngā māreikura e hautu ana i te waka o Waikato-Tainui tuatahi ake, katahui ki a koe e taku tuakana. Mō ngā tāngata e noho ana ki raro i tētehi toka for those that might not know who you are and where you're from. Patai koe te whakamara, no whia koe, ko wai koe.
Tēnā koutou e te iwi, a Tamārie, ko Tupa Mahuta tōku ingoa, no Wāhi Pāhau, no roto i te reo o Waikato.
Now tell us what your role is here within the tribe.
I'm so lucky because in January when we put forward all the whakakitenga members, I put my name up to chair the whakakitenga and fortunate to get the support of the marae. So I'm the new whakakitenga chair for this term, for the next 3 years.
Now you've been in the whare for a long time in various roles for the iwi and for Wāhi Pā. Talk to us about some of the major changes that have taken place from your time here as chair to now.
Well, what I want to say is next year we're 30 years post-settlement at the iwi, so our olds were brave and they put forward the settlement. 30 years in, we've got to be just as brave and see the future for our rangatahi. That's what I'm excited about, and there's so many more of them and so much skill, capacity and aroha in our iwi that has been grown since then, and I just can't wait for everyone to be able to contribute.
Now, how can someone contribute from a marae level, from a hapu iwi level? We talk about mana motuhake and devolving that mana back to marae. How can we actually do that?
I believe that every whānau member has a great idea that they want to, see and an opportunity they want to grow for their whānau, for their hapu, for their iwi, for their marae. And we just need to connect those people to perhaps some of the opportunities here or within the iwi to advance those opportunities. So how can we create the connection for you? So if you've got a great idea, there's a number of ways the iwi can help. There's a number of ways we can get other supports. But really, the inspiration is in our own selves, and it's connecting that to be able to create an opportunity for whānau.
Now talk to us about some of those key priorities that Waikato-Tainui have.
So we've got a 5-year plan. If you're coming out, you can grab a copy or it'll definitely be online. But you should be able to see that for any of those things that are important for our whānau, for having a whare, having a job, having a training opportunity. If you can't see it in the 5-year plan for your whānau, talk to your whakakitenga members, contact me, contact Tainui, and find out how your whānau can attach themselves or realise some of those opportunities for themselves. See yourself in the picture whānau because you're more important, eh? It's the us that's important in this iwi. So tēnā koutou, we look forward to you participating.
Okay, some final points. You talk about rangatahi having more of a role. What do you see for rangatahi in the future?
Well, exciting whānau. You have voted in 40% of our house are under 40. He reo tā te katoa, he te tirohanga whakamua. So we are blessed to have rangatahi members in our executive, in our governance and in our staff. So your voice is heard very strongly, but again, we need you to show up and speak for yourselves. We don't want people having voice where it's not there. Hey, I want to take from my tuakana pānia, me u ki tō rei nei, me u ki tō rei nei te iwi, but there's a lane for everybody. Tērā te whāinga nui.
Mō ngēnei kōrero paunamu e kōrera wai mutunga mihi ki a koe, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Maria. Tēnā koutou e te iwi.
Ka pai e te iwi, ka hoki anō ki a ta whai. Tēnā koutou e tiwi, koeira te reo a tipa mahuta. Ina nei ka whakamārama, hea hanga, neke hanga, o te rā, kiko nei, ki hopu hopu. You have just listened to our chair of te whakakitenga, tipa mahuta. And now I'm going to let you know what's happening in our program for the rest of the day. At 11 o'clock, we have our karakia within the chambers of te whakakitenga. That's the big house that you see when you come to hopu hopu. And at 11:20 a.m. we have the Pūrongo Ātou o te whakakitenga o Waikato, which Tipa Mahuta, our chairperson, will be presenting. Following Tipa at around 11:35 a.m. we have the Pūrongo a te Kāreti, that is the endowed college, which sits here at Hopu Hopu with the chair and the director, Dr. Marama Muru Lanning. At 10 to 12, pending that everything is on time, we will have the Te Pūrongo Ātou o Waikato-Tainui from Tukuroirangi Morgan and Donna Flavel. Tukuroirangi is our chair of Te Aratauira, the executive committee of Te Whakakitenga, and of course Donna Flavel is our CEO, chief operator of Waikato-Tainui. At 12:10, we have Te Pūrongo a Tainui Group Holdings, which will be presented by the Pou Whakarai of that wāhi and the chair of the board, Henerangi Raumati Tua, alongside Chris Joblin. And then we'll be wrapping up at 12:30 a.m. with questions and answers from the tribal members. E te iwi, nau mai hara mai ki hopu hopu. Good hard out warm up, hey Mike. It's like into it, right out there, so you know what you need to flow on. Ai, wai mare katoa tātou, kua ko tahi mai tēnei kati tara mea, ki runga i tēnei pāpāho, tēnā kua whakamohio atu ki te iwi ko ai koe.
Tēnā tātou te iwi ko Glenda, taitua tuka hau, he uri tēnei te rohe pōtai, he kaumahia hau o Waikato-Tainui.
Tēnā koe, now you're the head. Let's just go straight there. She's the head of the grants. Sports grants, educational grants, kaumātua grants, she's your man. Well, Mahana's your man. Yeah. But anyway, how is it running a team, and do you have any kōrero for our whānau at home?
Oh, we enjoy every single engagement that we have with our whānau. Anytime that we get emails and calls from our whānau and learn more about what our whānau are up to, how we can support them, all of that is really important to us. So just engage with us, give us a call, flick us an email, come today, and hono kia mātou Waikato-Tainui. We've got an awesome team. They love to serve our people, and they're really keen to just support you on your journey towards mana motuhake. So through all of our grants, the whole intention of our grants is to help you on your journey. So all of that feedback is really important to us about how we can get better and what you need support on.
Ka pai. So you email awhina@tainui.co.nz. You don't go Facebook PMing and Instagram PMing Glenda. Ka pai te whānau. Again, awhina@tainui.co.nz. Ka pai. Tika tira ne.
Ai, awhina@tainui.co.nz. 2 A's. We're doing with a double vowel iwi, so 2 A's in there, or 0800 Tainui.
0800 Tainui, awhina@tainui.co.nz. Nau mai haere mai ki te hui ātou. Haere ki te kimi tēnei kanohi ātāhua a mana me tana tīma e aki e poi a koutou katoa. Mautoni mai.
Kei ngā kaihoi o te waka o Tainui, nau mai hoki mai ki te hui ātou o Waikato-Tainui, kei tōku taha ko te tumu whakarai o tō tātou waka ara o Waikato-Tainui ko Donna Flavel. Mō koutou kāri te mōhio, ko ai te wahine nei, nōwhia te wahine nei, ka huri ki a koe, ka tae koe te whakamārama, nōwhia koe, ko ai koe.
Kia ora koutou te whānau, ko Donna Flavel ahau, no ngā wahia e noho ana, e ko tauina tai kaitoto ku marae.
Tēnā koe me rā tātai whakapapa. Now this year has just flown past. We are now here in July. Matariki, tell us about some of the major achievements that Waikato-Tainui has achieved within this last year.
Yeah, it's been a pretty positive year in terms of our position overall, but I think for us in terms of some of the major milestones, I'm really proud of the fact that, you know, in terms of our distributions, more than 70% of our operating budget is distributed out to our people. So we had 55 million, a good 35 mil went out to our marae, 25 of that was a special distribution. So, you know, those are, in my mind, wanting to have a lean operating team, but actually make sure that all of the pūtea goes out to whānau. I think the other big part is I've seen our procurement in action, like a lot of our procurement, social procurement. So we've got a lot of puna Pākehī that's on our books now, around 290 tribal member businesses. They all want to contribute, they want to be part of it. And I think for us, you know, how do we, if we're going to invest money into developments, why can't we invest in our people? So I think for us, you know, we're starting to see that move forward a little bit more, and the spend that we would ordinarily see going out externally is now actually being invested to our people. So again, that economy working and making sure that we're supporting our whānau across all levels, no matter where they're at. And then we also, I think one of the other big things that I'm really proud of this year is that we've just finished our first 5-year plan. It's our dabble. I know it's kind of strategic, you kind of don't see it, but it's about transparency for us. So our whānau know this is the travel of direction we're heading to. Here's our long-term picture, but these are the kind of key steps that we want to achieve. So in the 5-year plan, we've completed our first one. And, you know, we've got some really good outcomes, so we've completed a report on that, and then we've also developed the new 5-year plan. So it's pretty awesome, because then we can say to our whānau, this is what we're up to in the next 5 years, how do they ready themselves to, you know, take up the opportunities that are available.
So you talk about how can whānau ready themselves to take up the opportunities. How can actually iwi connect to those different opportunities?
Yeah, all sorts of ways. You know, there's a number of workshops that they can jump online. There's a number of grants and applications. You know, if they've got initiatives, talk to us about what those are, so we can actually help navigate them through accessing pūtea to be able to do that. So if you've got, you know, even from your whānau reunion, if you want to learn our reo, if you want to, you know, just any workshop that you want to run as a whānau, that's whānau-led, marae-led, yeah, ring our team to be able to access all the funding available to make that happen.
Now, what have you been really excited about that's taken place in this past year, personally, in terms of the mahi with Waikato-Tainui?
Oh, I think, I don't know. I mean, there's some exciting stuff, to be fair, even though this government is really difficult, if I'm just saying. But, you know, we don't need the government, and I think that's the other thing, is that we're in such a good position that we can actually do things ourselves. And I guess as a result of the government, it's made us stronger in terms of the kotahitanga, in terms of the unity and coming together. So, yeah, so I'm excited about that. You know, what does that look like? How do we actually work together on doing some bigger projects? You know, there's some big aspirational stuff that we've got on our 5-year plan. Some of that's around, you know, kai sovereignty, our pātaka kai. Some of it is, you know, how do we build resilience for our communities, for our whānau? You know, we've got a lot of poverty, you know, with the cost of living is just growing. So what are we going to do to be able to help navigate that? And so those are the types of things that's we're turning our minds to. How do we actually support our whānau across all levels, no matter where they're at? And also, not only in Aotearoa, but outside of Aotearoa.
So you just mentioned for people living outside the Rohe, there was a recent roadshow across the ditch. Tell us about how you connect with those people.
Yeah, so we actually they're all coming back for Kura-nei-hana, so we call a hui. But it's quarterly meetings. We have regular updates, mostly online. But otherwise, you know, whānau know they can just ring the 0800 number. We're starting up new taurihiri, particularly across the motu. So we've realised actually under our tribal data, now that our tribal data is really, really good, a lot of our whānau have moved. And so we've got bigger numbers in different places that weren't where our taurihiri were. Australia's kind of consistent, but here in New Zealand it's changing. So we've got a lot of whānau living up north, we've got a lot of whānau living in Kahungunu. So what do we do to support them? How do we establish a taurihiri so we can stay connected in a much more formal way and we can support each other? Yeah, and they can connect back in. Marae have actually said though that the marae want to connect, not us as the organisation, so that's a bit of a weddle for us.
Now let's talk about some of those weirdos, some of those challenges. We've talked about the achievements, the aspirations, the key priorities. What are some of those challenges? You did mention the government. Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, I think with the change, I mean, we're just seeing everything that's been hard fought for over many, many years. We're coming up to our 30 years of settlement, you know, and it's probably gone back prior to that. So I feel like the government's just unwinding everything from our reo right through to just, you know, te tiriti itself, right through to our mokopuna. So all of the things that we strive for to ensure that we are determining and leading our own future, and that's embedded in our settlements. You know, it was about us and our mana motuaka. It was about us determining what our future looked like. And, you know, the legislation helped enable some of that, and that's been pulled back. So those are the things that are, you know, real challenging. We are going through a court process to protect it, and, you know, one of the big things that we've said in our claim is around, actually we're doing our part in terms of working alongside our marae, supporting our people, and the government, you're not doing your part to that. So as a treaty partner, you're failing on that level. So that was with our reo. We are now working on a case around our taiao and our river.
I want to leave it on a good note. We've got those challenges. When you wake up every morning, what drives you to do the mahi?
Well, moko baby, our mokopuna, our next generations, our kids, our whānau, so, and our marae, and our whānau at home. So, you know, that drives us. And when you're seeing what we're doing, making a difference to the lives of our people, that's the stuff that keeps you going.
Ngēnei kōrero rangatira, e kore rawa e mutu te aroha ki a koe, tēnā koe. E te iwi koe ngā kōrero mai tō tātou tumu whakarai a Donna Flavel. Tēnā koutou.
Nau mai hoki mai e te whānau, kua kotahi mai tēnei tāne pūrotu ki Wanganui a tātou. Tēnā kua, let the whānau home know who you are, where you're from.
Kia ora whānau, ko Che Taku Ingoa. So I work with our whānake team, specifically with our Puna Pākihi. So our Puna Pākihi has made massive strides in the last year or so. So we've gone from 150 businesses that we work with to now just over 300. So with Puna Pākihi, we work with tribal businesses, and these tribal businesses, all they have to do is whakapapa back to Waikato-Tainui and be 50% owned from a tribal member. And so what we do from there is we have a look through the business, work with the business and look at capability lifting or looking at gap analysis to see what we can do to be able to enhance the business and grow or scale the business. So a couple of the kaupapa that we've got going on or have done in the last year. So we've had the trades and construction evening has been incredible. We've had two of those kaupapa. We have had over, I think it was possibly 200 businesses turn up to the last kaupapa that we had launched, which was just over 3 weeks ago now, and some amazing opportunities coming out of there, working with our trades and construction industry. So for an example, we've got some hupu developments happening out here where our tribal businesses have been able to participate. So another exciting kaupapa that we've had going is financial literacy. So that's been happening over the past 6 weeks. And so looking at money mindset, looking at what we can do better to be able to, it's not how much money you make, but what you do with the money you make, and those decisions with your putia to be able to invest it and make the most impact for you and your whānau, and generating more putia to be intergenerational blessing and flowing down from your tamariki to your mokopuna. And so making those mokopuna decisions to be able to enhance your financial literacy, but also to be able to create the generational wealth for generations to come. So another exciting kaupapa we had going as well was so speed dating. Speed dating was an exciting initiative where we are building a community, and this community is going from strength to strength to strength, where we're using tribal businesses. And so you're going to be spending that putia anyway as a business, so why not spend it with a Pākihi down the road who's your whānau and doing an incredible job or being able to supply materials for your construction project. And so that leads me into, I guess, social procurement. Social procurement has been a big mahi for us as an iwi to be able to target our spend, to be able to be directive with our spend and to be able to be direct with our spend. And so that way there we're being intentional with where our money's going, back into our whānau, supporting them and the ecosystem around supporting our businesses. And so some of the partnerships we've got coming up for our businesses as well. So you may see behind me, we've got Mitre 10 Mega, so we have an amazing, exciting opportunity there, partnering with Mitre 10 Mega, where our puna Pākehī are going through a special discount. And so being registered with puna Pākehī, with our tribal network and our directory, you instantly have access to the full tier discount, to the #1 tier discount. But also there's an initiative that is going at the moment as well, that whatever you spend, there's 3% of that spend goes towards a social investment impact fund. So there's some exciting mahi here. This is one of them. But there's some other initiatives that will be coming out in the near future.
Wow, bro. I don't even have to stand here. Tēnā koe o kōrero whakamahuki atu ki te iwi tēnei wā. Katoa huri ake tātou ki ngā kai kōrero kei mua i te aroaro. Mau tonu mai.
Tēnā koutou e tiwi, koutou e mātakitaki mai ana mai te wā kāinga mā te pukamata. Kei konei mātou ki ngā whare o te whakakitenga. Ki runga i a hopu hopu mo te hui ātou. Kei tōku taha tētahi atu o ngā ringa whero o Waikato-Tainui e hautu ana i tōna waka, i tōna wāhi. Mo koutou kāre te mōhio, tēnā koe, taku wā. Ka tae koe te whakamārama nōwhia koe, ko wai koe?
Ko Melissa King, hau hau, no Aramiro, no Ngāti Mahanga. Kia ora.
Oh, Ngāti Mahanga ki roto I te whare. Now I'm just going to ask Melissa, can you please let us know what Mokopuna Ora is and how the tribe is taking on this opportunity to look after our tamariki?
Hi. So Mokopuna Ora is focused on supporting whānau. It's a tribal initiative of supporting whānau that come to the attention of oranga tamariki. The importance of us being there is that over 70% of whānau within the statutory system are Māori. Yeah, so it's very focused on, it's all focused on that particular area. It's where our children are the most vulnerable and our whānau need help. It's about maintaining whakapapa, it's about supporting our whānau in that space and helping them navigate through that space.
Now talk to us about some of that support, some of that help that you give to whānau to help them through their daily lives in their whānau and looking after tamariki.
We have a frontline team that are based within the Oranga Tamariki offices in Waikato North and also in Kirikiriroa. So they work right at the front end alongside whānau when they come to the attention of Oranga Tamariki. They help them navigate through the system. They go to family court with them. They support them in whatever means that they're able to amplify their voice, because our whānau have the solutions. Navigating through the system is not easy, but it needs to be led by them in order for us to be successful and enduring. That's one part of our mahi. The other part of our mahi is on systemic change. So we know that the care and protection system, multiple reports have shown, including the independent inquiry and the Royal Commission of Inquiry of Abuse and Care that dropped last week. Multiple reports have said this Crown system doesn't work for our whānau. So the tribe's other part of the focus within Mokopuna Ora is on systemic change. So an Indigenous model, an iwi-led model in terms of what care and protection looks like, informed by Māori for everyone.
Mā te Māori anō ia e kōrero. Now, creating systemic change, there must be an opportunity to work with other iwi to create this Indigenous model that you speak of. Is there some kind of collaboration happening across other iwi?
There's multiple iwi are doing enormous work with whānau. Since the introduction of 7AA of the Oranga Tamariki Act, there's been substantive change across the motu in terms of iwi-led initiatives, because again, our whānau have the answers in terms of what's the best thing to do for their whānau. So it's happening in different ways across the motu. Waikato-Tainui, we have decided on a way that is informed by our people. There's something very bespoke, very innovative in terms of our approach. With this whole approach of working front line So we hear from the people that are most affected by this to inform the systemic change is vitally important and as part of the strategy. It's the most powerful thing that we have is the voice of our whānau, and we have the privilege of going into the whare of our whānau in this mahi.
Now, it could be said that it's left for us to clean up the mess that the government has made. What is the government doing to support mokopuna ora at this level, at an iwi level?
We have a 5-year contract with Oranga Tamariki that provides us the flexibility to be innovative in this systemic change space. So there is a partnership agreement in place. It is at a te tiriti level. We are not a service provider. We're very, very clear in terms of what that partnership looks like. So having that ability to have a resource for us to help us navigate a totally different system that our people know. Nā matapuna o te kingitanga defines where we are, what we are, who we are, how we go about it. This isn't new for our people. We just need to be able to give them the space to be able to do it our way. And there needs to be, the government needs to relinquish power in order for us to do this, because we believe in our people know.
Now, talk to us about some of those mātāpono o te kingitanga. What are some of those values that help to guide you and your team and your mahi?
Aroha, manaakitanga, it's all the stuff that's it's woven into the fabric of who we are. Again, this isn't new to our people. The resilience of our people, of our tupuna, informs us, it's showing us the way. That context is just as relevant back then as it is today. And through the successes that were found, through the work alongside our whānau in mokopuna ora, it blossoms. When whānau have hope, when their voice is amplified, when whānau come together, hold each other to account, and it's all about the best interests of our mokopuna, they thrive.
Now, talk to us about some of those beautiful moments, those successes, achievements that you've witnessed through the mahi that you have been doing with mokopuna ora.
We've just recently had a developmental evaluation completed of the last 12 months of mokopuna ora. We're deeply humbled by the interview feedback that we've had from whānau. We've had whānau that have said of their own account that they wouldn't be here today if they didn't have the awhi of this type of work, and there are multiple partners in this space too. Our hapuri are amazing. So we certainly don't attribute the work that we've been doing as our alone. First and foremost, it's whānau. They just need to be able to give them the space, the authority to be able to come up with solutions that are enduring for them. But our hapuri, this is the key. This is what's significant in this. So that collective approach of supporting whānau, again, for them to lead the way, they're the winners. They're the amazing people in this space.
I'm enthused by your energy and your positivity. Now, this is not easy mahi. You're working with whānau. It can be often really difficult. How do you keep yourself safe? We have the gift of working within our tribe. So we have an amazing leadership. There's a culture within our organisation that does look after us. It's quite totally different to working within a tauiwi organisation. We have a leadership team within mokopuna ora that have their finger on the pulse in terms of the wellness of our people. So there's all different things that happen. We have our pautikanga, when he sees that our front line are really, really heavy, because this mahi is hard, takes our team to the awa. Go back to things of old. They're relevant today, just as what they were then. There's all that. There's everything. There's everything that is woven into the fabric of who we are as a people that is alive in terms of how we operate as a team. For your aroha and your passion and for your hard work, we cannot thank you enough. Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe. Kia ora e tiwi korongo mai koe i te ātāhuatanga o ngēnei kōrero e mihi ana ki te tima o mokopuna ora.
Ai, koe hoki mai tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Kei te pewhinga piro.
Kei te pai.
For the whānau at home who don't know who you are, ko wai koe, and what's your role here at Waikato-Tainui?
Ko Portia Whakara tuku ingoa, and I am the head of property for Waikato-Tainui.
Oh, I'd love to say that I'm the head of property of Waikato-Tainui. Now, no doubt that's a big name with big mahi, big responsibility. What have you been carrying for the last year?
For the last year, one of the main things we've been working on is the hopu development. Over the next few months, we'll be doing construction of 3 buildings. Our new sports facility, which will have changing facilities, toilets, a hub for our kaumātua, and also catering functions for our sports team. We'll also be at the same time building a new maintenance facility for our maintenance team. So if everyone would have seen our maintenance team, they're the team that put up these big tents and do all the mahi on the marae. So this will be the first new facility for them since they've started here in Hopupu, and we're really excited about that. And just over here as a new abolition block, and that's for our mini mods who play schoolboys here in Hopupu. The other thing we're working on is the wider development of Hopupu. So we've got social housing being built here. We've got around 100 homes to provide warmer, safer, drier homes for all of our whānau. And hopefully we can centralise all of our functions for Hopupu with our new tribal hub. You may have caught up with our nursery team, so we've done extensive work over there. But really, it's a collective of all of our teams here at Waikato-Tainui to work together to do these developments for our people.
Beautiful! Mākua noe hanga I tōku nei whare, right here, ablution blocks for all of our league boys. We've got a new recreational sports centre coming, hundreds of homes, and our maintenance crew, tēnā koe I te nui o ngō mahi, te tima katoa. Absolutely fantastic mahi! Everybody. Now, if whānau want to get a hold of you because they know they might be able to help in some way, shape or form, tēnā koa, let everyone at home know what your phone number is and what your email is.
0800 Tainui.
Ka pai, ka tahuri atu tātou e te whānau, kua mutu pēr ki konei. Engari mena he kōrero whakamutunga tāu ki te meninga e mātakitaki ana I tēnei wā. If you have any last words to our whānau, words of encouragement, tā koe te wā.
Yeah, just know that all of our teams are working hard for you, working hard to provide positive outcomes, and would have been really awesome if you came here today. And we've also got thank our Te Aratauira and our Tribal Parliament for their guidance.
Ka pai, yep, we're all hanging here today, te whānau. Portia isn't responsible, very committed, very passionate to all of you who are at home. Waikato, tēnei ka mihi. Portia, tēnā rawa atu koe. Mautori mai te whānau. Back to you, Maria.
E te tī, e te tā nau mai hoki maira ki te whakakite ngō Waikato ki ngā whare e tūnei ko ngā hui nui ato tātou iwi. Kei konei mātou mo te hui ātou ki hopu, koutou e mātakitaki mai ana, e mihi nui ana ki a koutou katoa. Kei tōku taha tēti o ngā ringa whero o tō tātou waka o Waikato-Tainui. Ka tahuri ki a koe takutu ngāne. Mo te hunga e mātakitaki mai ana, ka tae koe te whakamārama, nōwhia koe, ko wei koe.
Tēnā tātou. He uri no konei, no Waikato whānui, ko taku pito whakatupura me ki rā taku pito whenua no roto mai o wāhi pā. Engari he herenga ki roto I Ngāti Tiata, ki Ngāti Wairiri, ki Ngāti Tahinga, ki Poi Hākena, e rā tau here.
Tēnā koe ngā engera whakapapa ngōu. Nā reira, ka tae koe te whakamārama hoki, he aha tō tūranga mahi ki roto I a Waikato-Tainui?
Ara, ko mātou ngā kaitaki o te rautaki tikanga ora reora. He rautaki whakarewangia I te tau 2016, hanga mai rā, whakawhiti, whakaaro ngā mātanga o roto I tō tātou nei iwi. Ka waihanga tia mai rā te rautaki nei e ngā tuakana whera I a rāhui, papa I a pānia, I a raukura I a praone. Nā rātou te rautaki waihanga, ka whakarewangia I te tau 2016, nā no taua taura taino ki tēnei wā, ko tā mate, ko te hāpai, I te rautaki tikanga ora reora. He rautaki heke mai i te rautaki matua o te tima mātauranga me kiko te mana mātauranga.
Ana, kororo mai mō ngeti o ngaua kaupapa ka kaue ngia e koutou whenei i te pai kāka. Hea taua kaupapa me ngeti atu o ngā kaupapa?
Timata mai ai te rautaki ki te whakangungu i ngā kaiako reo Māori. I te timatanga mai rao ngā hōtaka reo Māori i raro i te rautaki. Timata mai ki te reo kā puia. He hōtaka whakangungu i ngā kaiako reo Māori i roti o tātene kura, i roti o tātene whare wānanga. Aha ko kiwhia me he kaiako reo Māori. Kona te mea tuatahi. No taua wā taino ki tēnei wā, e whia ki ngā kaupapa i nānei. Tika tau ko te pai kāka tētihi. Ko te pai kāka he kaupapa tauawhi o tātene marae ki te whakapakari o tātene kaitaki, te pai kaitaki i ngā pautika, ngā pau reo haere ake nei. Nō reira, e aki te mea e ahe ana te rehita mai mo te pai kāka me whakaito marae. Ko koe te whakaaro anga whakamua hei hāpai i te reo me ngā tikanga o te marae, te pai rā momo āhuatanga. Engari, he nui ngā momo kaupapa. Te reo i kaipo, he reo hōtaka reo moroto i te kāinga. Kia noho mai koutou koto whānei ko au tamariki, pakeke mātua rāni, ki te noho tahi a whānau i roto i tō kāinga, ki te ako i etihi rerenga kōrero moroto mai i te whare. Mena ko te horo i rihi tērā, ko te tapa i pātiti tērā, aha koa te aha i roto i te kāinga, tō kāinga, koina te hōtaka. Reo aratau mō ngā rangatahi, koutou mā ngā rangatahi, whakapiri mai, whakapā mai ki a mātou nei, ki te hia uruatiki tēnā. Tā popokotea, he mea hoi tēnei hōtaka, he hōtaka awhi o tātou kaumātua. Tautoko i o tātou nei kaumātua, e aki te mea nā mātou ngā wāna, kāre matu te whakahāri ngā wānanga, ka waiho mā rātou anō, ā rātou nei akoranga e hāpai. Engari, ko tā matu ko te whakarite, te wāhi, kia noho tahi ai ngā kaumātua ki te wānanga. He nui anō ngā kaupapa. Nō reira, hara mai ki hopu i te rānei, ka whānui aki ngā kōrero i roti te tēnitira.
Mō ngenei kōrero mo tūhake ngā e kōrero e mutu ngā mihi tēnā koe.
Kia ora nā tukutua e nei.
Kia ora. E te iwi korongo mai koutou, whakapā atu ki a Jason mehe mea hihana koutou ki te toro atu ki ngā kaupapa huhua o tikanga ora o reo ora. A koa ke nei, ka tahuri atu tātou ki te uiui ngetihi atu, hei te tikaumatahi karaka, ka whakawhiti atu ki te whare nui o te whakakitenga mō ngā kōrero whānui. Kia ora e te iwi. Beside me right now we have one of the stalwarts, one of the wahine rangatira of our iwi of Waikato-Tainui. For those of you who live under a rock, Whai, can you let us know where you're from and what your name is?
Kia ora, Taranaki te maunga, Pukatapu te hapu, kia te awa te iwi. Ko Rāmari te himara maipi, taku ingoa, noa anau ki Rāhui Pōkeka, anai nei. Ai.
Now, we haven't talked about it yet, but there was a great game that took place yesterday, and we see that our Fires representing with the green and gold. How do you feel about the win, the grand final?
Oh, well, you know, it was something they deserved, I suppose, but it's wonderful. It's wonderful, you know, but at the end of the day, we're all whānau. So, kia kaha there, tūranga wāwai.
Kia ora, Whai. Now, you are one of the key people that started up Raukura Hauora or Tainui. Tell us a bit about that and how far things have come from that time to now.
Oh, well, first of all, it's a privilege to be married into the tribe. It'll hit 16 years, 2025, so I'm really privileged. And to be a part of any service that, you know, in another tribal area is a real privilege. Yeah, it's done really well. I think, you know, put us on the map as Māori. Myself was very fortunate alongside Tūtata Hete Matatahi. and a few others, Piritata Kirkwood. We were one of the first old Māori community health workers back in the day, and we loved it. We just did our role as working with our whānau in the community, and I think we've gone into bigger things at the moment. However, the government of the day, we're just pushing back a bit, but hey, we'll never go. You know, we're here forever. So.
We are here forever. Now, Whaia, for those that don't know, you are also the queer, the grandmother of our current MP or Hauraki Waikato, Hana Rawhiti Maipi. How is Hana going, and how do you feel as a grandmother having your mokopuna in that parliament?
Well, again, it's a real privilege too. It's looking at, of course, for us and myself as a great grandmother, Hana's my mokopuna, of course. We were part of the movement way back in the 70s with Ngā Tamatoa, and we fought. We were very colonised, unfortunately, at the time, and we sort of moved through that. And to see our mokopunas now fluent in te reo out there, been absolutely amazing, and it's so heartening to see the movement with our mokopunas, literally, and our grand mokopunas that are now taking over. Fluent in te reo, so proud to be who and what they are, being Māori, and it's a privilege, absolute privilege. And of course we have to tautoko our girl, you know, these are the barriers that we're going to be facing for the next however many years, but we've been there, tupuna's died, so here we are. We just got to move on and tautoko the kaupapa as we see it, particularly as whānau.
Whaia, thank you for being a stalwart in the movement of Ngā Tamatoa, working for another iwi, being married to your husband, and also for being a fashionista, for being an amazing dancer and a grandmother. You wouldn't even know. 6 greats last night, babysitting after the grand final. Whaia, we love you so much. Thank you very, very much for sharing your kōrero. Macy, e tango whakahua koe I te wai te kuro kia whaia ramari? Oh, ka tai te tuku mai ki au? Oh, me, tēnā koe. She's one of my idols.
Ka puta ko te pō ki te whaia, te hiringa matua. Te ihi e rongo te wana, ka mau ko te wehi. E mana atua, e manoa, tangata. Whakatauha, te hiringa o te atua. Tenei au, te hokaine o kumahara. Whakatauha, te hiringa o te atua. Tenei au, te hokaine o kumahara. Rui a ngā taonga tuku iho.
E ngā mana, e ngā ihi, e ngā tapu mai oha maira, kia Waikato-Tainui ki te hui ātou ki hopu nei. Ata whai, I've been stuck in this whare. But it's been amazing, the kōrero that I've had the privilege to listen to. Tell me a bit about what's been happening outside there.
It is chocker outside. The masses are here. Within the last hour, we've easily 100, 200 people have shown up. on top of the few hundred that we're already out there. It's hectic, it's chocker, it's beautiful, kotahitanga at its finest e hoa.
Now, what's some of the things that the punters have been able to participate in out there?
Oh, we've got moana. We've got moana out there, Spider-Man, mō ngā tātou tamariki, ngā kararehe, no mai haere, my free sausage sizzles throughout the course of the day. We also have all of our team members, all our staff from Waikato-Tainui outside, filling all of our whānau in on what we've been up to on the last year that is gone. Nā reira e te whānau, no mai haere mai ki ngā rekereke o Taupiri, 451 Old Taupiri Road. The presentations are just about to kick off. Come on, no mai haere mai.
Ka pai, so hei te tikau mātahi karaka, ka whakawhiti atu tātou ki te whare o te whakakitenga ki reira whakarongo atu ai ki ngā kōrero mai ngā pou o ia pika o Waikato-Tainui at 11 o'clock very, very shortly. We will head over to the chambers of te whakakitenga. We will listen to the annual reports from each chief executive of the different pika and directors of Waikato-Tainui.
Ka pai, since the signing in 1995, 1.7 million has turned over to over 2.3 billion. E te whānau, that's just an example within, 28, 29 years, just how far our tribe have come. Nā reira e te whānau, no mai haere mai ki te hui ātou, rua mano, rua te kaumawha.
I'll have to fact check some of those numbers.
Kia tātou, atai anō taku pāwā ki mai rā, me uri au te whakatau aki a tātou I roti tō tātou nei whare. Ka tika hoki, mō koutou tēnei whare, ka kitea mai rai o tātou ni tupuna I riri mai, rutu I tō tātou nei whenua, roto tātou whare, ka mōhi o tātou ina te nui o ngā o te whakakitenga I waihotia maira e rātou mā hei kawenga mā tātou. Nā tātou nei e noho nei ki taho a tātou nei marae huhua I roto I tēnei whare. Ana, I tēnei rangi ko koutou ngā māngai, ngā reo o ngā marae maha I roto I tō tātou nei whare. Nō rei whakatau aki tātou I roto I tēnei whare me te huhua o ngā waihotanga I waihotia maira a mā tātou hei kawe aki. Poto no tēnei whakatau ko te nui o ngā kōrero kei roto I taku tuahine, tuku pāpāku rangatira e noho nei, a tāku no te whakatau aki a tātou I roti tō tātou nei hui. Kia pai te hui, pai maari kia tātou.
Waikato te awa, katohia, katohia, he wai mau. Katohia, he wai mau. Ka eke ki te puaha o Waikato te awa. He piko he taniwha, he piko he taniwha. Ki atu watora kei tahuri koe I ngā aukaha o Waikato. Wakamau tō titiro ki tā whitira ko tau whiri te maunga potatau te tangata te mauri o te motu e hae tō aka ki ngā roa hi o tūranga wai wai mo
reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou.
E koe, e kui mā, ko wā te pai I nā mehe mea e hihi ana titihi o koutou ki te whakore me tīmata tātāua hui. Ka pai, ko te tuki te wahanga ki tēnā. Koa e te whakatai. Nō reira, aku mihi e tapiri atu nei ki tā Jason, kia koutou kua whakawhaiti mai ki roto I tō tātou whare te whakakitinga I te rangi nei, nau mai, whakatau mai. Thank you. Again, it's your time that we're taking today, so it's our privilege that you've chosen to come. And on behalf of our iwi, again, receive this report, seek your assurance and your accountabilities and go home knowing that the work for the iwi is in good hands. That's what we hope you get out of today. Ka pai. Just a little bit of housekeeping whānau. Again, if you've just arrived, if you don't have the report, we can get one to you while you're in the hui or you can get another one on the way out. There are 3 parts to the report that we're going to report on. You can ask questions at the end of each of the 3. Ka pai, so you don't have to try and remember all of this. For those of you who want to follow up at home, most of this will be on the tribe's website in some format as well. So you can follow all the slides in that with your own whānau when you get home. To those of our whānau online, thank you for also beaming in from wherever you are. We'll get those stats later from the online people so we know how many people dialed in. But it's just a way that we're trying to reach more and more people. Because as we know, we're an international tribe. We have just as many people in the Gold Coast as we do in the lower Waikato. Would you believe that? So, nei anō te mihi kia koutou Ngāti online. Engari, no Waikato katoa koutou. Nō reira, nei anō te mihi. So my small part of the presentation, tēnā koutou, for those of you who don't know, or first time in te whakakitinga, if you look in front of you, there's normally a marae name in front of you. Yeah? Those are our 67 marae in the house, and I represent Wāhi Pā, and I represent Wāhi Pā in the house for different terms, and in this sitting, it's my fortunate responsibility to be the chair of te whakakitinga. What that means is I convene this house and we hold Te Ara Taura and Tuku and their role accountable for the great work that is being done anyway. Awesome. So it's my privilege really to open the annual report, and my biggest mihi goes to Te Papa Oratu and Tūranga Wāwai. The leaders in this house for the last period were Parikawhia McLean and Ike Moke Takarei, and they led the year that talked into this report. I've taken over since. But nā rewa, e nei mahi I kaupare, them, the Ara Taura of that time, but the hands that they stay consistent are Donna and our team and all the kaimahi that you met outside. So they make all of this possible. So our biggest condition is our tuku mahi to that time for that mahi. Again, the trials and tribulations and the things that we succeeded in will be spoken about today, and you'll have plenty of time to ask questions, seek clarity, and again, we need you to speak into what you want to see next year. Ka pai? So thank you again, e te iwi, for your time today, and I'm going to invite the chair of the Waikato Endowed College, that's your college up on the hill, Marama Muru Lanning, to come forward and give her report. Tēnā tātou.
Tuatahi he mihi ki te atua whakahōnere ki tā tātou kiingi, i ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā waka, i ngā kārangaranga maha. E koro mā, e kui mā, Waikato iwi, tēnā koutou. It is my pleasure and privilege to present the last 12 months of the Waikato-Tainui Endowed College's progress and update you on what we're actually doing at the college. So, ki te kahore he whakakitinga, ka ngaro te iwi. Without foresight or vision, the people will be lost. So the first part of my report for you today is to talk about the research, because we are a research and development college. That is what we do at the college. And I have 3 projects to update you on. But first of all, I want to explain the landscape that we are operating in at the moment. So, and this is all because of the new government. Our new coalition government hasn't made it easy for us. So research funding is experiencing a major shift due to the government's firm stance on cutting public sector funding. The government has abandoned their Te Ara Paerangi Future Pathways initiative, which highlighted the need to prioritise Māori aspirations, priorities and investments in mātauranga Māori. In its place, the current government has set up a new science system advisory group to review the allocation of research funding. In the recent budget, the existing pools of research funding did not change significantly. There is no certainty for mātauranga Māori research. The college is operating in a highly competitive environment. Now, I want to talk about what we've actually been doing in the last 12 months, and many of you would have attended the Hui Mutu on the 20th of January at Tūrangawaiwai Marae with many other people. And one of the smaller things that the college has been doing has been analysing and pulling all of that data together that was collected at the Hui Iwi and packaging it up as a document for our king to present at the Koroneihana. And the types of data that we were analysing were all of the notes from 66 note takers that were pulled together by Donna Flavel, all the audio and video tape recorded by Moko Templeton Tini, all of the submissions that came in from the other iwi, and also all of the online communications on the Hoover app. So that was quite a lot of data for us to analyse, to synthesise into a cohesive report, which will be presented at Koroneihana. So that's one thing that we've been doing. And the small number of researchers that we have at the college, we're responsible for that. The first briefing paper was presented at Omahu Marae last month, and you would have seen, for those of you that attended, you would have would have presented that briefing paper to you. Okay. So the first project that I want to report back on, which we are working on and which will actually start on the 5th, 6th of August, is a project funded by TNIFA. Now, TNIFA is the infectious disease platform, and what we are doing is we are working with Kei o Te Waka Marae on the Manukau Harbour. And with Kei o Te Waka Marae, which will include Te Puia Marae, Pukaki Marae, Makaurau Marae, what was the other one? Te Puia, Te Manukanuka o Hoturoa, and Manurewa Marae. We have representatives from those marae who will work with ESR, which is the Environmental Science and Research Institute, representatives from Air New Zealand and also the college, and we will be working to create a tikanga around how waste is tested when it comes in. So when diseases come into New Zealand, they enter either via the airport or by water ports. And so what we've arranged to do is to work with ESR to find out what diseases are actually coming into Aotearoa. So that can be anything from COVID to typhoid to new strains of influenza, polio, and what's happening is those representatives from those marae are the ones who have been dealing with mate at the airport and also with other issues around tikanga, so they are the right people to be working in this space with ESR. And what we will be doing is we will be designing tikanga protocols around how that science group from Christchurch will actually collect the waste from the aeroplanes. And so what we're talking about here is we're talking about the tiko and the mimi that comes in on the aeroplanes from overseas, and that is where that is where we can trace the infectious disease. The pathogens that we will be finding in that waste, there needs to be protocols put around them. So it will start from how we bring the scientists onto the site at the airport, remembering that those marae have been heavily impacted by the development of the airport and the sewage ponds that are also there and other developments on the Manukau Harbour. And it's important that they feel comfortable with the scientists, but it's not only about those protocols of touching, because it is in the tiko and the mimi where we have biomarkers. Now, those biomarkers can tell us other things about people. Admittedly, not all the people coming into Aotearoa will be Māori, but what we also need to think about when they're coming in is who should have access to this data? And what happens if those scientists find other thing in that tiko and that mimi? Things like drugs. Who should have access to that material? Now, those types of data sets are worth a lot of money, and everybody will want to access those data sets. How long should those data sets be kept for? And should passengers coming in on those aeroplanes be notified that their tiko and their mimi is actually going to be tested? So these are some of the types of questions that we will be asking. And of course, it is a project that is very much about people's whakapapa and trying to get the scientists thinking about these waste products as whakapapa as well, as part of people's, being. They're not separated from it. We're not separated from the data. And so this is one of the projects that we will be doing. The first noho will be at the Te Ariki Nui Pullman. And so we will be taking those rangatahi and kaumātua representatives from those marae with the scientists, with representatives from Air New Zealand to the Te Ariki Nui Pullman. And then the second noho will be at the Waikato-Tainui Endowed College. So that's the first project that we've had success in receiving funding for. The second project, so in July last year, the college submitted an application to MBIE's He Tipu Kahua Fund. Now, the 5-year project and its proposed $10 million budget aim to collect and collate mātauranga unipu. So it's the mātauranga that is buried in our sand within Tainui Wakarohe, and the involvement of prominent Tainui scholars and pukenga. We were shortlisted as one of 6 organisations out of 84 applications that came from Aotearoa. Now, you could only apply to this fund if you were not part of a government agency. You had to be you had to be a Māori entity. And we were really fortunate that of the 84 applications, the college was shortlisted. So we had one of 6. Now, we were meant to find out the results in January, and then we didn't hear anything. So we thought, oh, well, okay, that's done. We're not going to hear it. Judith Collins was saying that she wasn't going to support Māori research, and she is the Minister of Business, Enterprise and Innovation, and that's where the money was coming from. However, 2 weeks ago, we found out that we actually did win the award. We did win. The college has won this project, and so we are starting the first phase. The engagement for this project has taken ages. Kia ora. The engagement for this project has taken ages with representatives from Kawhia and Aotea harbours. It is not to say that it is exclusive for those harbours. This project is multi-pronged. It's taken a long time to put together, and on the project we have representatives from Otago University, Waikato University, Auckland University, AUT, and Victoria University. So we have professors in architecture, archaeology, te reo Māori, ecology, law, and in order to legitimate ourselves with MBIE, we also needed to have some really awesome pukenga working alongside us as well. So I'm really proud of that project. It is a project that will deliver to the iwi around looking at climate change issues around the harbour, around rising sea level, around weak legislation around sand and extraction, around deteriorated and depleted water because of mining in areas, looking at bylaws around vehicles on beaches, the protection of tainui taonga such as Te Papa o Kārewa, Tangi Te Korowhiti, the Puhutakawa trees, and Hāne and Puna, Te Ahurei, Hawaii Iti, the site where Korotangi was found. So these are some of the things that we'll be able to do with this pūtea. The good thing about this project and the fact that it's running through the college is that there are no overheads that will go off it to another institution. So usually when projects are won by universities, there is a huge overhead that is taken alongside any staff member that works on the project. So the university will take $1.17 for every dollar of someone's salary. And the beauty of this project is that all of the scholars who have decided to come back to work for Tainui, and this includes Waikato scholars, Raukawa scholars, and Maniapoto scholars, they have agreed to do the work for koha, as long as their students can be involved. So the college is able to do that. If we went through a university, we would not be able to do that. There will be a hui at Maketu Marae to kick the project off, and that's what the whakakitenga reps were interested in yesterday. And I guess I could just say that I'm really proud that the college has won this project. We start off with 300,000 and then we work up a plan. When they were asking, when MBIE were giving us the final interview to win this project, they put forward three really important questions to us. The first one was, what is the language rollout for Waikato with this project? And when they said they wanted something around Waikato reo, that was really interesting. We had Dr. Haki Tuopiki and Pete Tingaru who were able to respond to that question and said, actually, we will be looking at te reo of Te Tai Hauauru, which is quite different to the Waikato mita. So they had that go back. And then the second big question that they really wanted to know about was, okay, this is really important stuff that you're finding out. How are you going to manage the data? What is your data management process? And I thought, we did not have anyone on the data. So I actually got in touch with Professor Tahu Kukutai, who said that she will manage that part of the project for us. And then also said, would there be room for Port Iwi to be involved as well? Because they are part of that sand, the black sand that we are looking at, or the sand. And this also includes the homes of the Dotterals, or the Tūturi Whatu. It's about our kaimoana. It's about, well, everything is connected. That's all I can say. So proud to say that the other three iwi that have got to this stage and who have won, one is Taranaki iwi, led by Professor Leonie Pihama and Dr. Will Edwards, and the second iwi to be successful is Ngāti Awa, led by Dr. Chris Tooley. And the Taranaki group will be looking in their research at Taranaki priorities, and Dr. Chris Tooley will be leading a team looking at clinical trials around Rongoa. So that's an update in that area for you. So that's what the college has been working on, and very proudly too. So the fourth piece of research that we want to talk about is an update. So before I came on as chair, the college was working on a historic piece of research, and the Waikato River Authority provided funds for the college to deliver a Waikato River curriculum, and it did it in consultation with tribal members. This is a historic project which was completed before I became chair in 2021. The curriculum is a toolkit for whānau, marae and hapu to use to exercise their mana whakahaere over our waterways and enhance mana o te awa. It is not prescriptive but provides examples. Whānau, marae, hapu may have their own versions of mana whakahaere. Part of the Waikato River Authority contract was to launch this curriculum, and the organisation is satisfied that it is being reported at the AGM and the Huia Iwi, and that it will be available on the college website to meet this requirement. And our website will be up and running in August. So I have delivered that message. Thank you, Shane, for writing that part of the script for me. And we can move on. So I'd also like to say we now have some operational things happening at the college. We have Sally Reid, who has taken on the operations manager role, and we are now able to host groups, and we have Ngā Marae Tōpū coming, we have Te Kohanga Reo Trust coming, we have, of course, have Te Tari o Te Kingitanga always there, and we also have hui are happening for the Sir Robert Mahuta Foundation Trust at the college now. We also have a new chef, so that there is kai for these people. And the big shout out that I would like to give to the WRLT is the repair of the roof and the ceiling of our accommodations. So Mahoe, Patate and Hino have been completed, and we are going to be hosting the King's Kaumātua guests in August. So they will be our first big group to come in and test out the accommodations, that they don't leak. And I'm really looking forward to looking after those Kaumātua and kuia at this occasion. Yep. And very happy to be receiving very soon Te Whakakitenga is allocated 720k plus GST very soon, so that we can get on with what we've got to do. 2024 has been a good year for us. We've had an audit by Silks, who are a new auditor, and we've gone through the process very smoothly. I'd also like to report back on the Sir Robert Mahuta Endowment Fund. The investment of 19 million was put into a portfolio, and which is being managed by Tainui Group Holdings, in particular John Bartley. And I had a bit of a freak out last year because we put in 19 million last year, and the number last year around this time was 17.7, so we lost quite a lot of money. However, Hinerangi persuaded me and said, don't pull it out, just keep it there, which is what we did. We took the advice, and now we're back at 20 million. So we're at 20 now. So we put in 19, we're at 20. So yes, that deserves a clap. As well as that, we also have $500,000 sitting in a deposit, which we can't touch, but it was the just-in-case money. But when we did receive the endowment originally, there was 20 million there, but somewhere along the line before I came on as chair, it got broken. But we're back at that number again, which is an awesome thing. The Waikato-Tainui Lands Trust education team now are housed at the college. They have the ground floor of the college. The college, which is the college itself, has the top floor, which they share with the Office of the King. So we are a full house at the college now. It's very busy, very warm, very busy. Sally keeps it warm. She's got a lot of heaters going. So over the past year, the college has progressed significantly through the success of being granted external funding, community involvement and research assistant initiatives, strengthened partnerships and improvements in operations. The college is prepared to solidify its standing as a research institution for Waikato-Tainui. Now, I would like to thank our patron, King Tuheitia, for his ongoing support of the college, trustees Parekawhia McLean and Ruku Moana Schaffhausen, and our small team at the college led by Sally Reid and Saria M. Baker Tilly Staples for their care regarding the college's finances, and Simpson Grierson for their legal and research contracts expertise. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
So, ka te ake tēnā tātou. For those of our tribal members, both online and in the room, don't forget today we're reporting on your tribal property. For the purposes of Marama's report, that's your tribal intellectual property, okay? It's the between the ears stuff. And we're trying to generate more so that we can own those great ideas for our future. Now, I see a number of you in here. Put your hand up if you ever got scholarship for Tainui. There's some of those. There's some of that stuff that we need to activate on behalf of the iwi. How do we connect all those great minds on behalf of our iwi and engage that? So we're so fortunate that we have Marama and her team leading that cause for this iteration, and we thank you for that, to your small team and your small trust. Nei anō te mihi kia koutou for the year we've had. In saying that, are there any questions to the report? And if you don't have any now, whānau, that's okay. I think we could, sorry, I'm going to probably refer to the wrong email, but I think it's awhina@tainui.co.nz, awhina with a double A, okay? For those of you who got that. Kia ora, Rob. Tēnā koe.
Nā mihi kia koutou, whānau. Two things that jumped out of the report, and kapai, I liked it. But I noticed you're playing games again with hapu and marae. The West Coast Harbours. Kio tūpato. We've brought this up before. And also, the first time I've heard of 17 million to who's going to be responsible for the 3 million that we've lost. You put 17 million of our grant in there. It went down, and now we're back to where we were. Who's going to take responsibility for those couple of million that we've lost?
So just if I can sum that up, because I figured this out yesterday too. They put 19 in.
Well,
it
it doesn't matter.
No, went down to 17 and we're back at 20, so we've lost nothing. We've gained 500.
Equities. That money should have been up.
No, well, it's up now.
It's gone back to where it started, yeah.
No, it's 500k more than where it started.
But just, that's not enough.
So that we should put more pressure on that fund. Thank you for the guidance.
But we were against it in the first place. It wasn't unanimous to put that money there.
Ka pai. So we can take that up in the whakakitenga.
I think, Madam Chair, the better way to answer the question is if you have regard for the presentation that'll come with Chris at TGH, he'll give you a pretty accurate picture as to how our global equities performed. So the year before, it went down by in excess of 40 million. It's bounced back up to more than 60 million. So in the highs and lows of investing money in the global equities, we're always going to lose some according to the world trends. And there are a number of factors that influence that. So I think you should wait until the graph is shown by Chris, because then you'll understand how the highs and lows happen. I think that's the only way to answer that question.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but we've had this before.
Yeah.
Remember the Warriors? Yeah. Remember the pub in Sydney?
Yeah.
I mean it.
Tautoko. But we'll ask the finance questions of the finance, but do you have a question of the college? Kia ora. Mehe meha pātai mo te kāreti, kei konei. In the front here, thank you. Kei mua nei, whai whai. E rua tahi ngā pātai ke a koe kei te whai.
Kia ora marama, ko Susan tēnā hau, ko Ngāti Kairoa, ko Waipapa tēnā rai. I'm the chair of the Runanga for Ngāti Kairoa. Great report, thank you very much. We just want to remind you that in terms of Kawhia Moana, we've never heard of the Sands project at our hapu people. And it would be really good to have a conversation with you around that project, particularly with Te Papa o Karewa and Tangiti Korewhiri, as well as the Sands. So just a gentle note there.
Kia ora.
But I've taken the email address, and we'll drop you an email.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kei mua, kei a koe whai whai.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Kia koe, Dr. Marama. My pātai is around the Sands project, and I understand that you're working with a lot of intellectual people, but there is a rōpū in Kawhia that have been fighting for the Sand project a long time. So Marama koutou, are you fellas going to be working with them? Because they've actually gone through Otorongahanga Council, you know.
Is this the Te Koroha? Is this the next week? What's happening next week in court? This group? So there are representatives on the project, but that is a very separate kaupapa to what we're doing with the sand. This is a kaitiaki project.
I atu, because they're actually worried about the significant areas in Kawhia as well.
Okay, well, yeah. We're going to have a hui at Maketu Marae in 3-4 weeks, and then everybody will be invited to that. You're invited. It's not an exclusive project. It's an inclusive project.
Tēnā tātou. Thank you for the question, and I think it's been heard how we can include so that most people on the coast can choose how they participate. Mō taku he, I forgot to tell you, if you don't say your name, you're tribal member X. Can you get the mic? So could I just ask, name and marae i ngā kataia, and we're going to go at the back, kei a koe.
Tēnā koe, marama.
Tēnā.
Brad Totorewa, maure marae. Tēnā koe te ahutanga tori pōta tēnei rā. Kai te ki te atu au ora tō mai ngā tau kua tino, whanake ake te kura. Thank you for the report. Great to see the progress over the last 3 years. Got three partai, very short partai. First one is, will you be considering future doctoral study cohorts to be run out of the kura? Secondly, great to see Raymond's team in there. I've kind of advocated for that over the past few years. Will you be reshaping the team so that everybody comes under one cohort? So that the team is inclusive of the kura itself. And the third question is, where do you see our babies in the picture intergenerationally over the next couple of years?
Good questions. You've given me things to think about. To your first partai about teaching or having a teaching program back at the college, it is the dream to do that. At this point in time, we do want to focus on the research and getting that up and going. But if we have the capability, and it does take a lot to actually run a teaching program, for it to be a Waikato-Tainui program, not a University of Auckland, University of Waikato or Awanui-Arangi, for us to have our own teaching program, it will take some work and some will and some people coming home to do. So no, it's definitely not out of the question, but it is something that we will really, really have to plan for to make sure that it really works. So yes, we can do that. Your second question around us all coming together, we haven't really thought about that. We've only been in the house together since April, and we seem to be getting on fine. Maybe that synergy will work. I haven't had a request for that yet, apart from you. Maybe now you're planting a seed, kei te pai. And the babies, gosh, I've always had kaumātua up at the college. Of course, babies are really important, and we do have the kohanga reo having an active sort of participation at the college at the moment, and I can take advice from them on how we might do this. We are a small team. The first thing we need to do is get a kaumātua kāhui behind us, and also to get a few more trustees on our board and find some people that can work together up at the college under the mantle of the college. It's a complex space. I'm not going to say it's all roses up there. It's complicated. This is a contested site. It's a site of raupatu. So when you come up to the college, you know, there's a whānau here, and a lot of expectation. But I also ask for you to have a lot of patience, because, you know, it's not easy, I'll be honest. It is not an easy space, but it is a beautiful space, and every day it just gets better and better. So kia ora, Brad.
I have a major concern. The use of te reo. I've found a mispronunciation of the word te puea. She's not a spring. It's not te puia. Te puea.
Te puea. Te puea.
To the use of the word mita. E hara tēnā kupu i a tātou. And you're right. You need kaumātua as a tuara for this college. Absolutely right. Is that if I'm correct in what I heard, that you are going to have the separatism with regards to the Aotearoa, the Aotea reo, as opposed to Waikato. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with Peter Tengaru is going to teach their own reo as opposed to Waikato reo. Where does that leave us? Kei whea tātou e putua. There's a dictionary that was put out. Ngā puna kupu. And yet when I hear these strange words coming through, you're absolutely right. this college does need kaumātua advisory in it. Kia tika anō te whakataputu I te kupu. Ko tahi ana te iwi o te wakanei before everyone started splitting themselves up. Kia hoki anō tātou ki te ana. Marama, we had a hui with you about 4 years ago. Kaumātua in Hamilton. Nothing came of that hui, apart from the report you took. I'd like to see that hui reintroduced again and do something more strategically, tribally, rather than separate ourselves. Kei te he tērā. Kia ora tātou.
Well, I'd like to respond to you around nothing coming out. We actually do have publications that have come out of that hui. We have a report coming out. We also have a paper coming out about dreaming of a Māori hospital, and that has just been accepted by the New Zealand Medical Journal. So we actually do have things coming out, but when you are dealing with 7 kaumātua rōpū from the top of Taitokero over to the Tauranga Moana, it does take time to analyse all the data and to actually write the papers, to set up the reports, to disseminate the knowledge. It doesn't happen straight away. It takes time.
That's fine. 4 years after.
It's not 4 years, Auntie.
Well, we want to see that book. I think that's our right, because we contributed to your research. We need to see it.
You will see it.
Wai hutia I tērā. Kia ora tātou.
He kōrero he whakaaro anō tāte te he kia koe kai he.
Kia ora tātou, tēnā koe mārama ko hera waitaku ingoa no tūranga wāwai. I do actually want to congratulate you, and I'm feeling really positive. That's all I want to say to you. I'm feeling really positive about the progress that has been made. I've felt really aroha for the building and for no people there, and so I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that it's come alive and that there's some real activities in terms of research. I do agree with Mama. I do like the Tainui-wide research, but look, I'm just feeling so positive, and I'm smiling, and you know, I'm happy to be part of your kaumātua little rōpū if there is one. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you to the college. Tēnā tātou, and thank you for that. And as you can see, your contribution is not only important but necessary, because korongo tātou, the college will house mātauranga, and we've heard the kōrero akiaki from our kaumātua, and kaumātua need to teach the kaitiaki. Ka pai? So thank you for that learning. Thank you for your leadership, Marama. And again, nei anō te mihi kia koutou, the 24 soldiers online at home, you're awesome. 24. And if you go to awhenei.tainui.co.nz, someone's going to send you something. Let's see if that happens. No. Kei te pai e te iwi. Tēnā tātou. We're going to take your next report now. Now, just to put it in context, we're going to talk about, of all the property you own, you also have a number of staff that go and activate the people for you. So for all the roles that touch our people, that do the great projects, that reach into our whānau and our homes, that is the responsibility of Donna and her team, and Tuku and his board are the kaitiaki. So they'll give their report now.
Tēnā tātou. Kia ora, koe anō. Iau e tū nei, ka maha rau ki o tātou mate. Kia tame rāwiri. Kia taki. Ki e rā kua rūpeke ki tua. Tō reire koro mai kui mā, moi mai. E kore nei mātou ware, ia koutou. Koe anō tā mātou he mihi, he tangi, he haku. Whakamānawa hia te kiingi, tōna whare tātou e pai nei. So we're going to get straight into the action. Can I introduce our team? Donna, me o kai mai. For those of you who don't know who do the real work, this is a fashion show of people who are crucial. Hara mai koutou, hara mai koutou. Donna is the chief executive, obviously, and she has been a fantastic leader. She's been my po and tuara in all of the negotiations and the battles that we've had with the Crown, and I'm so appreciative and very, very happy that she is at my hip as we fight the most racist government to take power in this country. So please, Donna, do the introductions to your team, please.
Yeah, kia ora koutou te whānau, ko Donna Flavel ahau, ko Kauna Kaitoto tōku marae. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. I am, as Tiki said, I have the privilege and the honour to be the Chief Executive Officer for our iwi. Kia ora.
Morena koutou. Ko Gwendolyn Keller Ho. I'm the General Manager of Governance and Legal. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, ko Jason Aki tōku ingoa. I'm really happy to be here because my biggest supporter is Mamai Tākare.
Smile, smile.
Morena tātou, ko Manaki Nipia tōku ingoa no Kaitumutumu Marae. I'm a Chief Advisor in the Office of a CEO, and I'll also just put the tono in for my tūnane, a Taipu Paki. He's currently up the maunga, digging the hole for Uncle Tommy, and he is the GM of the Rights and Interest team. Kia ora tātou.
Morena tātou, ko Amy Wharakura Taiwa ahau, no Tūranga Wāwai Marae, and I'm currently the CFO for Waikato-Tainui.
Kia ora tātou, ko Glenda Taitua Toka ahau, heuri tēnei te rohe pōtai, I honanga ki te kōpua, ki Waipapa, ki ngā marae maho o Maniapoto. I'm the GM for Heritage and Identity. Kia ora.
Mauri o re te whare, ko Rewa Mahara tōku ingoa, e koau te kaitiaki o te tima mātauranga. Rewa Mahara, GM for Education and Pathways. Kia ora.
Morena tātou, ko Alita Waito tōku ingoa, General Manager Operations. Kia ora.
Morena I te whare, ko Marae Tūkere tōku ingoa, ko Tūranga Wāwai tōku marae. I'm the General Manager for Tribal Development and Wellbeing, the Oranga team.
Tēnā koutou. Can I, before I proceed, can I ask Hinerangi to introduce her team?
Morena whānau. We're going to ask the TGH team, the executive leadership team who are members who are here today. We had a full complement yesterday. But we're going to start with Chris. Oh, we need a microphone, whānau.
Jason.
Morena tātou, ko Chris Joblin tōku ingoa. I'm the Chief Executive for Tainui Group Holdings. We've got a couple of our team missing this morning. They're on courses, so training and development. That's Richard Jeffries, and who is our CFO, and Ivan Bartley, who is our GM of development, so he develops the property.
Kia ora koutou, ko Ngāti Mahuta Ngāti Whawhākia tēnei mihi tēnei kia koutou. Too many marae to name, but I'm the GM of engagement.
Kia ora koutou, Kaorativ tōku ingoa. My role is GM property, and I work closely with the likes of Ivan and John Bartley, looking after your whenua.
Kia ora tātou.
I want to start our presentation with a video and then we'll go straight to it.
Me he mea kare kauana he whakakitenga, ka mate te iwi. Where there is no vision, the people will perish. As we wrap up the final year of this year's current 5-year plan, this year's theme for Hui Atau is taken by the words of Te Puea.
Ka mahi au, ka inoi au, ka moi au, ka mahi anō. It encapsulates the journey that we've been through over the last 5 years. It also talks about our collaborative efforts, our inspirations, our aspirations, and it guides us as we navigate towards the next 5 years.
Last year we developed and finalised the second iteration of Te Ara Whakatupuranga, the Road to Whakatupuranga 2050.
Our next 5-year plan has a large focus on building readiness of our marae, whānau, and as an organisation to support and enable mana motuhake. We've engaged with whānau, hapu and marae to identify the building blocks towards mana motuhake, and the following key objectives have been determined. Growing our people, high our resilience, scaling our investment, targeting our spend, supporting mana motuhake, and strong organisation.
The priority focus areas represent our levers to influence change and directions towards mana motuhake. Let's take a look at some of our highlights over this past year. Almost every water expert in Aotearoa believes water reform is critical to unlocking the full potential of our economy.
This is a serious matter requiring all sectors to focus on the health and well-being of this finite resource, rather than carving out their interests in it.
This government is unwinding some of the three waters approach. I guess the critical issues for us is that the issues themselves aren't going away, so there still needs to be a lot of investment into ensuring our infrastructure is safe and that it is providing our communities with clean, safe drinking water. So the critical issues for us is really around our marae, ensuring that our marae meet all the new regulations and that we're not going to be affected by all of those drinking water standards, which might mean closures for our marae. Investing in our marae infrastructure, particularly around water, and making sure that we're not going to be impacted as a result of these changes.
Last year we became particularly concerned at the ongoing degradation of the Whangamarino wetlands, Lake Whangape, and the wider range of other catchments in our tribal area.
These areas are not only ecologically important, but hold very strong historic interests to our people, as is articulated in our Tiriti settlement legislation.
Te Mana o Te Awa provides a framework that ensures the health and well-being of the water is protected and the human health needs are provided before enabling other uses of water.
We believe in its fundamental principles, however they represent a compromise, balancing our worldview with the contemporary expectations of responsible stewardship.
We are committed to setting aside a significant portion of tribal lands in Hopuopu for a mixed tenancy housing development.
This will effectively act as a community regeneration program, freeing up existing kaingoora homes and rehousing our whānau into new, safe, warm whare that are fit for purpose.
We are working to deliver 150 new homes in a staged development over the next 2 years.
It is an ambitious project as we consider adding another 100 homes to the Hopuopu Community Master Plan. We're also committed to our other housing projects around the Waikato region, which will bring more stock to the market.
These include Te Hiringa, Te Mauri Paihere ki Mangako Tukutuku, and Roto Kauri.
Waikato-Tainui is among the largest landholders in Aotearoa, and we're exploring how we might better utilise the land to grow fresh produce and introduce a new player to market.
Pilot Kai is about an opportunity to reset, to provide an opportunity for our people to buy kai at a much more affordable price. And so as we enter the market, this is our ability to disrupt the big duopoly players of Pack and Save, of Countdown, of New Whip, and answer for our whānau that actually we care. By that we mean a iwi-owned supermarket that provides kai at a much more affordable price.
We have embarked on an ambitious program to encourage our tribal primary producers to consider being part of an iwi Māori-led initiative.
Plenty is an amazing vertical farm initiative spearheaded by all of our own tribal members. Arama Pukutai from Ngāti Tipa, from Te Pua Waikato.
We're here in Compton at our flagship farm, the largest vertical farm in the world, growing the best leafy greens. This is definitely a new way of thinking about farming, but at the end of the day, what we do with all this advanced technology is only in service of making the very best possible food people can consume. So it's really a shift in the paradigm of what farming looks like.
$1 billion of research has been expended to provide the best solution for growing kai in a warehouse in a much more controlled environment where they don't have to worry about climatic change. Plenty, this vertical farm initiative is amazing. It's better than organics. It has no pesticides, it's not touched by human hand, it's robotics, and actually it can be ours.
In 1995, Waikato-Tainui became the first iwi to settle its outstanding Raupatu land claims with the Crown. Followed 13 years later by the Waikato River settlement in 2008.
All we want to do is for everyone to pull their hand out and clean up our river.
It took many years to settle these two significant outstanding claims, and the majority of those who were active are no longer with us now. The integrity of these negotiations remains paramount. It's been a busy year as we've held firm to the values that have led us to where we are today.
Reflecting on the previous 5-year plan, we are now ready to embark on a new pathway that leverages our learnings to meet the needs of our people with agility and responsiveness.
This new 5-year plan presents an opportunity to continue evolving and to serve our iwi with renewed vigour and purpose.
Kia tipu,
kia hua,
kia puāwai.
As we approach 30 years since the settlement of the historic Raupatu claim, we are faced with the most aggressively anti-Māori government. A government that, when they announced their 100-day plan, we have seen the fruits of their labour, and so reo, mokopuna ora, 3 waters, Māori wards, the RMA, fast track, and just on Friday, the seabed foreshore. This is a full assault by this government on our treaty rights and our interests that arise from the Treaty of Waitangi, a document signed in good faith between Rangatira and the Crown, and of course we have been recipient of 2 of them. And so as I stand here today, I can tell you, and you will see behind me, since October in 2023, since the election, every month has been filled with submissions, with negotiations, and with lawsuits against this government because they seek to erode and undermine what we've built over 29 years. So we won't go quietly into the night. That is not our DNA. We fight for what we believe is just and fair. And all of that is fair. So this year, even in the face of the adversity that we've had to deal with from the Crown, this has been a great year. $55.6 million distributed to our people. The largest distribution this Iwi has ever given to our people. And that's because we are able to. And for the first time, our asset value has risen above $2.4 billion. And if you read on page 3 of this booklet, the King challenges us to give life to the kaupapa of mana Māori motuhake, to the kaupapa of tino rangatiratanga, doing things for ourselves. Because the Crown can always put up policies like the Māori Health Authority, and then when new governments come, they bowl them. And they leave us vulnerable. And so we got to find smart and intelligent ways of standing up and doing things for ourselves. And so as a young tribe, Uri boy growing up in Waikato, like many of you sit here, mai, there was one word that was always fed to us. Tino rangatiratanga, kingitanga, mana motuhake, all mean the same thing. All mean the same thing. So, just about 4 months ago, we completed a business case in relation to a supermarket project, iwi-owned supermarket project led by iwi for Māori, as a way to disrupt the market so that we didn't have to put up with the nonsense of being screwed by the big duopoly players of Countdown, of New World, or Pack and Save, and all those others who come to this country with one purpose, and that is to make money. That business case was done by McKinsey out of Australia. We are socialising it at the moment. We've got an independent assessment. They're in support of it, but there's some things that we need to do, like calculate, to mitigate some risks. About 2.5 months ago, I was sitting in a plane, heading up to Ngāpuhi. Part of my work is to encourage our northern relations to settle. We need to help them. And when I was sitting in the plane, I had a tap on my shoulder with Sir Stephen Tyndall, former owner of the warehouse. When we first set up the base in 2008, prior to 2008, both him and Tari Kinui had a conversation. Ooh, shopping centre sounded like a good idea. And that's how the base came about. We had to have a partner, and his name was Stephen Tyndall. Well, 2.5 months ago, he tapped me on the shoulder. He says, "Hey, I hear that you're leading a project to bring another supermarket chain into the country." I said, yeah, that's right. He says, "I want to be there. I want to be in." I said, "Well, it's by Māori for Māori. And if we fall short of the expectation of getting the money we need, you're the first man I'll come talk to." Hey. But here's the deal. I see this week in the Herald, he wants to buy up the warehouse and set up a supermarket. He's actually in Paris at the Olympic Games with the King. So as soon as he comes back, we're into a meeting. We got some business to transact. So in addition to that, we were in London last year for the coronation. And I tell the story because actually when I walked into the supermarket in there, New Zealand milk, butter, cheese, 30% cheaper there than here at home. New Zealand meat, New Zealand milk, cheese, butter, 30% cheaper there in Main Street London than in this country. That's wrong. So what's happening? Hey, well, clearly we've been screwed because actually we're not being treated appropriately by the duopoly players in this country. So a couple of weeks ago, we went to visit Arama Kukutai in Los Angeles, where he has that vertical farm. Amazing. Amazing. Cutting edge research of $1 billion provided by Walmart and Amazon. It is crazy beautiful. Absolutely amazing. And more than that, he's our own. He's Ngāti Tipa, Ngāti Amaru from the port. He's our own. That's Karu's boy. Can you imagine? Karu Kukutai. That's his boy. And I said to Arama, he sat down with us and he said, look, this farm, whether it's strawberries or whatever, we could harvest every 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, forever. There's no darkness, there are no seasons. It is protected against climate change. There are no pesticides, better than organics, and the science is proven. So 2 weeks before we got there, Turners and Growers turned up. And they are attempting to bring something like that here in this country. They're looking for a partner. We put our hands up to be that partner at a cost of $14 million. 14. I can tell you that for those of you who know something about agriculture, Turners and Growers own 90% of the tomato market. They control tomatoes in this country. Right? We need to be in. And just recently when I got back, I said to Chris, the CEO of TGH, because one of the things about this vertical farm, it eats power. We need 15 megawatts of power. So the only two places that you could build this place, one at home in Huntley. Hey, there's a big power station down there. There's a big, and Timmy might be sitting in here somewhere. He's got a big smile on his face. Anyway, Huntley Power Station, or Chris is going to talk to you about this amazing energy hub that we're building and that we're owning at Ruakura. Now, we can go straight onto the train, get our produce, hook them onto the train, and I think that actually Chris has provided us with a fantastic and elegant solution. So this has been a great year. It really has. We have endured some of the most difficult challenges that this government has thrown at us. And we are continuing to defend our position. And then we're also doing a whole bunch of stuff for our people. So, in a nutshell, I'm passing to Donna. I see Tipper's getting up on her feet. It says, hurry up. Okay, kia ora. Donna, kia ora tātou.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, kia ora anō te whānau. It's always hard to follow after Tuku because he, he's a great leader in terms of the vision and the aspirations, and and it is exciting in terms of some of the projects that are that he's envisioned and he started and initiated. So I just want to mihi te tuku for all of the mahi that he does provide. And it is hard work because then we have to follow up behind and do all the mahi behind him. So, yeah, we know how busy he creates the work. He creates the work, trust me. So we're very busy. So some of our whānau that I haven't seen you for a long time because he's keeping me busy. Just in terms of our projects, yeah, so I've got the hard job actually. I've got to just get back into the report and just report on our results for the last year. So if we go to the next slide, it just gives you an overall position for our group. And as Tuku said, Chris and our team on TGH will talk a bit more specifically around some of our investments. But just overall, this year, as Tuku said, 55.6 mil was distributed out, which is massive, because if I think back 10 to 15 years ago, we were about 9, 11. So, you know, this is the trend that we're starting to see is very significant pūtea that's been distributed out to our whānau. And part of that was a $25 million distribution just for our marae. And then, of course, our overall consolidated position resulted us in a surplus of 111 million, which is 30.1 million higher than last year. So again, very positive as a result of the investment and the work that our team, our CIO does, our TGH team does, and also our CFO, Amy, who works really hard alongside them. In terms of our tribal assets, again increased 192.2 mil, and so our whole net worth we're up 2.4 billion this financial year. And out of our distribution from TGH, 32.6 of that come out of our Tainui Group Holdings portfolios. So again, seen a massive increase, and this is the first year, I guess, coming off for our new investment framework, Puna Whakatupu Tangata, and so that's our first year as we've implemented it out, and so that you see that will grow over time in terms of those. This is just a visual. I think if you look at the graph, and I just want to highlight, so I'll just kind of talk to the main bits, but if I just highlight the net profit after tax, and I guess that's decreased a little bit. And that's part of our social investment with the $25 million distribution gone out. So, of course, when you take money out, it doesn't grow because it's gone out. And so that has a bit of a drop of the income coming in. So that just gives you a bit of an overview of that picture that I just talked to in the previous slide. And then in terms of our cash distributions, as I said, 32.6 was distributed out, mostly coming from TGH Assets Funds and the Global Equities Fund. So it's a real snapshot. The further details will come through, and you've got that in your booklet. This is just a comparative spend against our work program and the work streams as per our tohu framework. So you've got kaupapa, our hapori, our taiao, whairawa, mahi tonu, and then we have actually identified the external funding, because we do, you know, from the last government, we've actually enjoyed getting some pūtea to be able to accelerate some of our mahi. It means that we spend the Crown's money and not ours, so that's actually always a positive thing. But most of that pūtea is around our mokopuna order program, and we've got a great team that does some great work around keeping our babies out of state care. In terms of the trends ups and downs, so, you know, like I said, we don't have as much pūtea coming in from the government, so you're seeing that tracking back a little bit, but the increase in the whairawa, the 29 million included the 25 marae distribution for that last financial year, so that's what's so big compared to last year. So those are just against our tohu. We just wanted to give a bit of an overview of the spend and the allocation and investment that we make against our work streams. In terms of our next slide, and it just gives you again a few more highlights around that investment. For our education grants in the last financial year, we did 1.4 million distribution out for education. It's always been, our iwi should be proud actually, because we're big investors in education, always have been, and so that remains true to this day. So 1.4 million out for the education grants. Also in terms of our kaumātua grants, because we've had an increase in the last financial year, went up from 500 to 1,000. So if you're over 60 whānau, our team's outside where you can actually apply for a kaumātua grant. So it's 60 years and over for us, not 65 like the government, but you know, it's 5.9 million or just under 6 mil that was distributed in the last financial year, and that trend's still continuing now. It's actually going up. In fact, our tribal register, we're up, and a lot of it is from our kaumātua who's registered. We've also, in terms of our marae development, the 25 million, as we've already talked to, but overall it's about 30 million that's gone out to our marae, so it's quite a significant investment. Out of the 55, 30 million's gone directly out to our 68 marae. And then, of course, our funding for Mokopuna Ora, I talked a little bit about that. That's over a 5-year period, but we have got 32 million for that 5 years. And so you'll start to see that. We just need to report on that so you can see the transparency around where that investment's going. So our Mokopuna Ora team, we're now in our 2nd year. And so, you know, and like I said, they're doing a massive amount of mahi. We've thought we'd break it down, whānau. So like I said, this is just a snapshot. The full details in your book. Your annual report's pretty massive. And the front end is, you know, our reporting, but at the back end is, you know, the performance. It's a new accounting requirement, and so you get that level of detail. So it is a reporting requirement that we have to meet, and it's our 2nd year in. So the report's pretty chunky, so we thought we'll just pull out a few highlights under each of our tohu so that you can see it on a page. And in terms of our taiao, even though we've distributed out 1.3 for programs and initiatives, we also had $1.5 million taiao grant. And again, a whānau, if you've got taiao initiatives or restoration programs or anything around, you know, our kaitiakitanga and our practices at home, please apply for the grant. It's always underspent. Every year it's always underspent. So if you have initiatives around our taiao, I'm just putting a plug out there because you know, it's good pūtea to be able to do things. And it can range from anything, marakai, restoration, anything that your whānau or your marae want to do, please do apply. So in the last year we did 12 initiatives around our restoration program. Some of it's tuna, some of our whānau are doing watercress, they're doing some amazing mahi. We also do a lot of training and investment, because under our settlements we can actually make decisions. We can sit on boards, we can sit on hearings and make decisions around what's happening at home. And so we do a lot of training and investment for our commissioners to be able to sit on those bodies. So go through a course around our taiao. Our plants, mahi to our nursery team, a massive amount of plants get supplied out of our nursery here at Hopopu, and they go out for restoration projects, but they also go out onto some of our developments like at Ruakura. We've also had a lot of biosecurity issues for us in our rohe in the last year, particularly around the golden clams. Well, yeah, golden clams. So we did a big initiative around the removal, but it's still spreading. So, you know, it's not going to stop, and we're just going to have to mitigate as much as possible how we can remove the spread of that. And again, the advocacy for our marae around some of the funding projects. So our taiao grant can be used to then leverage your ability to apply for funding from someone else. So the River Authority, from councils, so you can match it dollar for dollar. So that's how you want to use the grant. We've just got to be smarter how we do it. So again, talk to our team who's outside if you've got any cool initiatives that you want to do, and we'll help navigate you through the right process. In terms of our hapori, so this is, a lot of this sits into Mara's and Raywin's space. And it's, you know, it's quite a lot that happens in this space. So we've got our career pathways initiatives, a lot of mahi readiness support. So 289 tribal members receive that support, and we've also put 305 tribal members through to employment. So this is long-term employment, it's not short-term. It's trying to create those opportunities and leveraging our relationships to create jobs for whānau. In terms of our innovation grant, Auaha Innovation Grant, We've distributed our 99K to just get the start up for our tribal member businesses, and now we're seeing some of that come into fruition now through our procurement process as well. And then our social procurement, and working alongside our team at Tainui Group Holdings, we've seen a lot of our Punapakahi being supported and actually taking up some of those contracts. So 4.46 mil we would have been spending on somebody else, we're actually spending on our own to do those projects. So it's really positive, we're starting to see that come through. And then of course I talked a little bit about our mokopuna ora. We've also done a lot of housing, emergency housing, home repairs, and then we've also got our rangatahi, who we've invested in through our Tipito Whakatupu Innovation Hub. And yeah, very clever, and they're in their second year, and they're helping all across our teams, across the entities, to implement the 5-year plan. Then in our kaupapa, so we talk a little bit about our tribal registry. So that position of 89,000 tribal membership for our tribal roll, that was at the end of March. We're now 91,000, yes, current. So we just grow and grow. We're breeders, a little bit. So you know that's not a bad thing. So it's 91,000. We're up to whānau. So that's just in that short time frame, end of March. We've grown another 2,000 tribal members. We did a lot of road shows. We talked a little bit about that, and that's been amazing because it helps inform what we need to invest in and what we need to do, and respond to some of the things that our whānau want to see. We've got a lot of our programs now being delivered also with our taurehiri overseas. So we've got a lot of whānau that live in Australia, and so we've been trying to find ways to deliver our own deal into those spaces so that our whānau can be connected and remain connected back home, but also be able to deliver, learn our reo. And then of course our te pai kaka, which is like our own pane kiriatanga, I kind of equate it to, but it's really awesome. And we had 20 of our tribal members graduate. So we've got about 80 all up now, or 89 all up over the last 5 years in terms of growing our pai across our marae. And then of course our carving team, just some of the work that our carvers are doing. I mean, it's amazing in terms of some of the work. So they've been working alongside some of our developments. So you see the carvings and our cultural footprint comes through on some of our developments, including the ACC, the University of Waikato, and also Keima, Ruakura, and the latest was Te Araki Nui Pullman up in Tāmaki. So it's just amazing when we can work alongside our teams on some of those big scale developments, because it's us, it reflects us. In terms of our whairawa, again, just sorry, and I know this has taken a long time, but it's important to be able to go through each of our tohu. But this is our whairawa space, and again, our tribal member engagement was huge. We also completed our rights and interest team and our claims space, so we've got outstanding claims at the West Coast Harbours and in Tāmaki. So we've completed our historical account in regards to those negotiations, and then of course we filed our court case around our reo in January this year. The Crown still haven't made the Crown is still trying to find a response, so we've been holding them to account on that, and also get a scheduling into a court date. So it's just taken from January still to get to this point in July. It's been a pretty slow process. And then of course, just in terms of the work that our team are doing around partnerships, making sure that our dollar goes a little bit further. So while we've got our Kaumātua grant, we also want to partner with St John's, Southern Cross, so that we can actually get better spend and make that dollar go further to actually some of the services that our whānau need. Ka pai? So you see that there as well. And then lucky last, our mahi tonu. One of the cool projects that we've had is around our marae portal. So we hold a tribal database. It's got all of our 91,000 membership on there. And each of our marae can now access that information for their own tribal members that are registered against their marae. So that's that's a massive information tool that enables our marae to be able to connect, identify who are the accountants that can come back and run, be our treasurer, etc., etc. So you get a good picture around those skill sets that sit within your marae now. And then in terms of our investment, like the technology, just the small upgrades make a big difference in terms of getting out and even connecting with our whānau online, but also our processes around our like our triennial elections we just had. When you've got 68 marae, trying to run an election process, that online tool has made a massive difference to get it through. So we've been doing a lot of those kinds of improvements in the back office. There's, like I said, that's just a real snapshot. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't talked about, but it's in your book, so please feel free to read it. But that's me, I think. That is me. So kia ora whānau.
So as you can see, Donna leads the team that looks after our legacy assets, which are people, land and water. Ka pai. Growing all of those things, making sure that we're more resilient into the future. So, nei anō te mihi o te iwi kia koutou, ngā kaitiaki, and we'll take any pātai now to that report e te iwi. O any kōrero, kaupapa, kaitiaki, kei te kei konei, kei wainga, thank you. Don't forget, name and marae, so you're not tribal member X.
Kia ora tātou, whakora hātoku ingoa, tūranga waiwai toku marae. I'm here with my grandfather who inspired me to become an accountant as well, thanks in part to Waikato-Tainui grants.
Thank you.
So I've just gone through the report and I've just got a few things I want to ask about, probably starting with that housing development that was in the video before. So 150 new homes, hoping for another 100. Are we taking inspiration from any other iwi that are doing this? I know Ngāti Whakaue and Rotorua doing this, have produced 80 subsidised rent homes at the moment through selling off some of their land to develop this. Those houses are looking at, one bedroom, nana flat to a 2-storey 4-bedroom. Are we looking at a range like this? And then is this all just to sell? I know looking at the numbers, we've got 89k members with 24% who own a home. Getting rid of 0 to 30, we're looking around 40,000 people without a home. So what are we doing in that regard? Because obviously 250 homes is not quite enough. I know it's a long process. 2 years is a quick turnaround in this game, but yeah, I'd love to know more about that, and I do have some more questions if no one else has any pātai.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora. Kia ora. I'll just quickly give a bit of a context before I hand it over to Mara, who's leading out our housing portfolio. Just in terms of hopopu, we've done a lot of work around our housing. We actually had an investment in Te Kārere in Hamilton, so we did 50 homes there and 20 social housing, so that's done in the last couple of years ago. So we've had a dabble to understand actually what's the right model and what does that look like. So we've actually done a little bit of work. I think for this one, because it's our own whenua, we're trying to utilise as much as possible because that reduces the cost to make it more affordable, right? So that's the challenge. Actually, the cost is not only the land and it's the materials, but the development of that land. So if you look at all of the development costs from council and the rates, the rates increases, the cost of living overall. So what we're trying to do is utilise as much as possible our whenua to be able to do the housing projects, because actually to make it affordable, that's probably the best way we can do it. But I'll hand over to Mara to talk more specifically around some of those other arrangements. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tūranga waiwai. Yeah, other iwi, we're always looking at what others are doing, but the circumstances within each council is all very different. So we're lucky that through the work of our team with the district council, we've actually got a hopu zone within the district plan. So all the aspirations that we have for this site, from the college to the nursery to the administration, they've all been zoned. So that makes it really a little bit more easy for us, though it's always hard working with council. The typology of the homes are based on the data that we've been collecting over the last 5 years about, how big our families are, how many kids there are, and intergenerational families. So for us, it would be easy to build 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom units because they're small and they're cheaper, but they won't accommodate the families that we have to look after. So, and then there's the balance of the cost of a 6 bedroom or 4 bedroom house versus, so, you know, we're looking at all of those things as well, basing that first and foremost on eligible tenants who already live here and how we can support them. So we've just recently been lucky enough to confirm our funding from HUD. So the development of 250 started off as 100 affordable rentals and 150 social houses through Kāinga Ora and MHUD. Unfortunately, with the policy changes that have been happening at Kāinga Ora, they've all stopped. So we've got no idea what Kāinga Ora wants to do here at Hopu Hopu with us. We're hopeful that they'll come back when they've sorted themselves out and you know, help us with the funding for the 150 social homes, Kāinga Ora homes, but we're waiting. In the meantime, we're starting to talk to other interested parties that might want to, you know, invest in homes, in whānau. That's what we look at. It's not just the house, it's the whānau, and want to do that with us. We're not going to wait for them, but hopefully they'll come back. What else did you ask? Anyway, I can have a talk to you after the hui if you want some more information. Happy to, sorry, I stole her notebook. Happy to, yeah, talk to you through the details. One of the things is, though, that we're being real careful about kōrero, because we've got to talk to the people that live here first and foremost. Yeah. And I think the last point we want to make is that talking to the HUDs and the people that fund housing, they want us to look at a community-wide perspective. So we're interested in what's happening. We know that there's some development at Waihipa, here and at Tūrangawaewae. So rather than us, you know, competing against each other for that funding, we'd like to look at it a community-wide structure. Oh, the other thing was, what about everybody else? Yes, absolutely. So yesterday in the House, the Tāmaki whānau asked us to run a papakainga wānanga for them, for the Tāmaki whānau. You know, we can't do everything, but we will support everybody who wants to move into this space, whether it's through letters of support for funding, whether it's with sharing expertise. Ngāti Kuroki Kahukura are doing amazing stuff in housing. Ngāti Haua just opened their housing development. So we can't do everything, but we will support everyone. So yeah, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora te marae o Tūrangawaewae. Just had to put that one in there, Kare. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But thank you for the question. So as you can see, it's part of a more rounded housing strategy of the iwi. But great pātai, do you have more with relation to anything? We'll take yours and then we'll go around the house.
I think I have one more question.
Kate.
You're talking about identifying people in that accounting space in our iwi, but you know, looking here, education grants, 759 territory grants. That's all done through our iwi register portal, is it not? Can we develop this to track our members who we know, you know, I had to apply and say, hey, this is what I'm studying, here's my invoice, can you please fund me some money? Which you did, thank you. But then you know that I'm studying this, you can track this and reach out to me further along in my career and say, hey, are you still doing accounting, or whatever pathway that you've helped fund. Like, that's a data point which I think we can track and follow.
67 manae's need an auditor, mate. Just saying.
Kia ora, great question. And so the portal itself currently allows marae to do that, so they can track based on the skills that you have via your tertiary grant. We have a number of partnership programs, so when you apply for any grant from us, we ask you if you're open to opting into being a part of third-party communications, and that's for any opportunity that we identify that you might be that might be of use to you. So when you engage with us, then we can tell all of our partners, which we have many, and using the relationships that TGH has as well within the corporate space, when they have opportunities coming through, we use the portal to let them know who we want to advocate for to be a part of those opportunities. So the other one that we could probably plug here as well is our appointments committee that comes through from Te Whakakitenga. They are always looking for talent as well. So the most important thing is make sure your email emails are up to date with us, so any opportunities that come through, we pānui those out quite regularly.
Tēnā koe, and thank you for the question, but it is important to everybody online and in the room. Please keep your details up to date, because those opportunities do come out and we want to engage your talent. We're going to go up the back and then down to Robert. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, no Pira Martin, taku ingoa, ko horohora te marae. Just back to housing, will this tribe consider to set up a Kaumatua village?
Yeah.
Kia ora.
It's definitely
yes.
part of the. It's definitely part of the mix.
Yes. Yes.
Definitely
Yes.
part
Yes.
of the mix. Likewise, if granny flats become the new gold, we're in there too. All right, we're in. We're leading that. Ka pai, coming down to here. Tēnā koe, Waikare.
Kia ora. Tuku, if visions were dollars, our marae would have a new wharekai.
You know.
I'm waiting for the support. Our marae is waiting for the support. A lot of this in here is irrelevant now with this government, with the housing that's going on. We're getting nothing. We've built nothing over the last few years. We haven't. We've got homeless in Hunley, homeless in Nanawahia, Tūranga Waiwai. Homeless people. We're not doing enough, mate. And mana mutahake, give me your example of the practical sense of it. What are you doing? If you're going to work with Stephen Tyndall again, yes, you're right, we're there, we use them for the warehouse.
We have to. We have to.
You're going on about empowering te kāpuia, skill base, do it for ourselves. And then we're looking for dollars overseas. Tiki touring over there. I say this now, we only got a few minutes, can't say it all, but I'm going to say as much as I can. The tauhere groups overseas. Tauhere, we shouldn't be going there. If they leave the country, that's their responsibility. You can't look after what we got here. No, I know it's overseas. And I aim at you because you're the chairman. What are we going to do about it? What are you going to do about this government? You've stopped, other than I've seen you a couple of times on the television. What are we going to do? You told you what we had to do after the Wellington episode.
Yeah. Kia ora. Can I answer the question? Okay. Rob, very good questions. The government, well, look, Donna and I are very pragmatic. Where we need to sit and talk to the government, we will. As we did 3 weeks ago with Chris Bishop. There are always opportunities, but we also have to be vigilant about protecting what we have. Because if we don't protect our settlements, we have nothing. That's the problem. Now, if I set that aside, and on that slide that I showed you, gives you a sense that every month we've been reacting and responding to the Crown in their various attempts to roll back and eradicate all the gains that have been won for Māori for the last 30 years. So, let me be very clear. We're two of the best in the game. We know how to talk to the Crown because we've been doing it a long time. And we will always take the opportunity. Just because we fight with them doesn't mean to say that we don't stop talking with them. We got an announcement by the Minister of Finance a week ago that she's going to give us the 35 million for the Hopu Hopu housing development. So when you talk to me about housing, that's when I'm talking to you. Got 100 homes. No, hang on.
Talk about the hospital.
100 homes. I'm talking about, you asked me about housing. We're putting 100 homes here. We managed to get an agreement with the Crown for 35 million, and they put their money in, and we will put our money in. Because all these houses that are built here on Hopu Hopu are for our own tribal members. That's our commitment.
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Look, we had the deed of settlement too, and the river settlement. It's getting overridden at the moment. Now you're going to tell me that.
And you and I can have this conversation after this, but I can tell you this.
No good after this. It's got to be said in front of everybody, so everyone knows we're on the same page.
Okay. So you've seen the slide that we put up in front of you, that the RMA is in peril. The fast track is in peril. All of that, those pieces of legislation stop not only what we want to do, but also what TGH want to do at Ruakura. So if we wanted to try and establish big initiatives in a short period, none of that can happen in this area if it compromises in any way, shape or form our river settlement or our Raupatu settlement. It can't happen, and it won't happen. It won't happen. So our job, no, hang on. Our job is to protect it.
Go on, but remember, we leased out half of the base for 100 years. Hey, we get our asset, build it up, and then we've just leased it for 100 years.
We have never let go. We have never let go of the ownership of our lands. Those lands are never for sale. We have only given way to 50% of the leases.
That way.
Okay? I want to be very clear here in front of everyone here.
Yeah. Good.
Because you're asking me questions in front of our people. The only reason why we did that is to reduce debt. And we carry debt. Actually, we need debt in order to build, and to build bigger. That's why we carry debt.
Our relativity, the 400 mil, we put it into there and started investing in. We could have used our own money. We had our own money. We've got our own money, but we're still going to seek outside external.
No, Maku. Tēnā tātou. How lucky are we, the defenders of our tribal legacy, nei anō kamihi kia kōrua. Ki te kore koe nei momo kōrero, we would have nothing. So I thank you. Thank you for holding up the posts of our house so that we are accountable to each other, Robert. Tuku? Hei, tauira mā tātou e te iwi, yeah? But kia ngoho ngāwari tāua kia tāua, I raro e te maru o te whanaungatanga. But I hear you defending the pillars of our house and our future legacy, and I honour both of you, so thank you very much. So I just want to come back to your questions, Robert. There are some bigger questions of tribal strategy for which you have the privilege as a whakakitinga member to speak straight into, so I look forward to having that with you. Thank you, Tuku, for the presentation today. I need to engage as many of you as possible. So the last part of your assets that we need to be great kaitiaki of are your physical assets. This is the part where we all go, oh, you know, numbers, all that stuff, if you're not in that game, unlike our accountants in the room. But this is the important stuff. We want to be real kaitiaki of all our assets. This is an important report too. So I want to thank Henerangi, Chris and their team. They're always really patient with us. They make this bite-sized so that we can consume it. And I encourage you online and in the room that this is our final report for the day e te iwi. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora, Henerangi.
Kia ora. O tēnā tātou e te iwi. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa. Ko Henerangi Raumati tōku ingoa, ko Tūranga Waiwai tōku marae. So this is our third day of reporting whānau. And each day we've had a different audience and every day's been exciting. So it's good to, yeah, so it is really good. We appreciate the opportunity to be accountable to you for the things that we have done through the year. But you also get a sense, I think, when you see the three groups who will report today of the complexity of the iwi. You know, we have had the college, the specialist skills required there. Marama and her team are working hard to turn that into a research institution, right? And so they're on a long journey. We've had Donna Tuku and the team who have a broad overview of every single part of the iwi, but have a focus around social impact and social well-being, you know, advancing those sorts of kaupapa as well as many, many other things. Because essentially, whenever an iwi member calls, our Waikato-Tainui team need to have an answer. You know, so there's, you know, potentially 80,000 different questions coming in any year. And then there's us. So Tainui Group Holdings is tasked with the job of looking after the commercial assets. So what is the engine room of commercial investment that is expected to derive a financial return, and then as well as other benefits from making those investments and creating those jobs and impacting our environment. So you're getting three different quite different presentations today. So what we're going to do too is we're going to start with a video just to show you some of the highlights of the year, and then I'll talk about the financial performance at a high level, and then Chris will take you through the assets and different asset categories and the highs and the lows of those asset categories. And it's and if you want to read the report, it's page 33, and it's quite comprehensive. So, video first. Thank you. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e te iwi, e te whakakitenga, tēnā koutou.
Hei taku kingi tu hei tia pōtatau te whero te tuawhitu, pai mārere ki aia. Hoi anō, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka mahi au, ka inoe au, ka moi au, ka mahi anō. This tongi kura from Princess Dipoia is a fitting descriptor of the 2024 financial year for Tainui Group Holdings. It represents the culmination of many years of groundwork during the most intensive period of growth in the company's 21-year history. Aside from property investment milestones, TGH has also completed its first full year as Chief Investment Officer, following a transition phase. This oversaw a strong recovery in global equity investments and delivered a record distribution payment to Waikato-Tainui of more than $30 million. We're pleased to bring you these highlights.
Kia ora. The property assets we've opened this year are all part of our strategy to move our iwi from being asset rich and cash poor to being asset rich and cash rich. That's because our biggest challenge dating all the way back to 2003 has been how to generate better cash profits from the whenua owned by Waikato-Tainui. And that's why we need to develop assets on that whenua. Assets that will grow in value to grow cash while ensuring that whenua remains in tribal ownership. Amohia Aki is an example of how we're doing this.
Tēnei ka whakatau atu i a koe ki roto anō i tō whare ho. Mā tēnei whare ka anō o haumaru o kai mahi. Mā tēnei whare ka whakamaru ngā kai mahi i roto anō i ngā pakaketanga o tēnei wā.
The building itself embodies and highlights the kind of memorandum that we've had between Waikato-Tainui, and the kinds of things that we want to build into the building are to do with those relationships.
It's important because of the way it's been designed and developed, so it's green and it captures the essence of Waikato, both inside and outside, so you can see it quite clearly that this is an asset that has mana whenua involved in the design of it and the creation of it.
It's taken 17 years to make the Ruakura Inland Port and Ruakura Super Hub a reality. Welcoming its first train on a cold August morning last year was a moment to reflect on the journey to reach this point and the promise this asset brings for the economic future of our iwi. here the very first train coming into the Ruakura Inland Port. And the inland port is really significant because this is the heart of the Ruakura Super Hub development. This is what makes it special, and this is what enables the whole centre and Super Hub to function. Australasian retail giant Kmart is our signature tenant at Ruakura. Opening the distribution centre TGH built for Kmart to lease brought to life the vision that iwi has for long-term sustainable economic development.
When you start a new venture, you look at the partner. So the partnership with TGH just felt right. The location close to the port's also super important for us, and there's a vision. So when we talk to the group, there's a big vision for the local area.
This is part of the TGH strategy for intergenerational wealth because it contributes to that long-term vision of sustainable growth and sustainable income for us.
We're growing jobs here. We're making use of an extraordinary piece of whenua that is so important to Waikato-Tainui, and it's, to me, the partnership that underpins Te Tiriti is on show here.
The cold store we built for Big Chill to lease is just as impressive. Capable of storing over 16,000 pallets, the facility includes a very cool guide wire system that works out the best trajectory for pallets to reach the rack locations. This enables horizontal and vertical storage at the same time, which minimises the energy used and maximises operational efficiency. Throughout our journey at Ruakura, we've been fortunate to have the support of mana whenua. They have been our tuara, and I would like to acknowledge and thank them all. Any inland port worth its salt will have a cold storage facility. We are fortunate to have attracted two at Ruakura, with a third on its way. Maersk is the world's largest shipping company. When they chose Ruakura as the site for their largest Aotearoa base, well, we celebrated because that decision provided absolute proof of concept for the Ruakura Super Hub as a critical freight and logistics hub. Maersk's state-of-the-art cold store includes the latest refrigeration technology and leads the industry in environmentally efficient design and construction. It's built to a 6 Green Star rating standard and will be among the first cold stores in the country to achieve that taumata. Unlike the other buildings which TGH owns at Ruakura, Maersk owns this building and prepaid a ground lease for the whenua. The benefit of this mixed ownership model is that TGH receives a capital payment up front rather than drip-fed the rent, and there's no requirement for TGH to fund a building. It's another example of how we are making Ruakura work for the iwi and work for the tenants without selling any whenua. We could not have ended our most productive year in a better way. Te Rekenui Pullman Auckland Airport Hotel is imbued with the stories and histories of the iwi. Its opening is one of our proudest moments. The name it has been gifted, the statement it makes at the main gateway to Aotearoa, and the care and dedication that has gone into creating it makes this a very special asset for Waikato-Tainui.
Te Rekenui Pullman Auckland Airport Hotel is a stunning example of the merging of Indigenous culture with architectural design. The name means a supreme paramount chief, chosen to reflect the status and the premium experience the hotel offers.
Together we have created a hotel, a building enriched with authenticity, superbly crafted and masterfully designed to stand proud alongside its tuakana, its elder, the Novotel, here at the gateway to Aotearoa, New Zealand.
The joint venture with Auckland Airport came about because of the relationship that Te Arakinui Tata Rangikahu had with the Auckland Airport at the time. She had a really close relationship. From that came a meeting, that said, well, actually, there's a commercial opportunity here. And the airport had the good sense to invite iwi to be a partner.
Puna Whakatupu Tangata is the tribal investment framework that sets out the investment principles and tikanga which guide TGH's investment decisions. Our achievements have been delivered while remaining focused on the tenets of Puna. We have stayed mindful of iwi aspirations and commitment to mana motuhake, kaitiaki taonga and kaitiaki tangata. Over the past 10 years, TGH has grown equity from $784 million to $1.6 billion. As chair of the TGH board, I want to express sincere thanks and appreciation to all those partners, suppliers, governors, mana whenua, and especially our kaimahi who have contributed to this growth. Ki o tātou hoa, kei ngā tōpito o te ao. Tō tātou iwi, o tātou kaimahi, nei rā te mihi. Thank you very much for that applause. That's awesome. Actually, fantastic to have that kind of feedback. It has been a really big year, as you could see through that video. The scale of growth that we achieved in that year, the culmination of many years of planning and negotiation and financing deals, all those sorts of things. Was wonderful to see it all come to life in 2024. I do want to mihi to my team. This is the third day in a row, so they should be feeling really good by now. But we have an awesome senior management team at TGH and Kaimahi and the entire Kaimahi team. It's been a really challenging year for TGH from heart kind of point of view. But the team have still delivered, and they deliver every day, and they've delivered every year. And from my perspective, every generation of our iwi gets to benefit from their mahi. So thank you to my team for the wonderful work that you do. And I want to mihi to Chris as well, our CEO. So some of you may have noticed that he has announced his resignation. He is happily here with us today for our third session of our Hui a Iwi, and he will be with us till November. But Chris has made a significant contribution to our iwi. He has led a team and he has created a team of significant talent. And so we were able to record some of those amazing achievements of his when we did a press release back in June announcing his resignation. But I think as an iwi, we need to take stock of those things. And so from us, Chris, thank you so much. And we wish you well. Okay. Thank you, whānau. What we're going to do now is we're going to turn to the financial results, and these are the financial results as TGH has two roles, and one is the Chief Investment Officer. That means we oversee all of the commercial assets that are invested for the benefit of creating financial returns primarily, and then we are the fund manager for three categories of assets, being property, which is our biggest category, natural resources and infrastructure. As I said, page 33 has the detail. But the numbers on the screen show the four different funds that we manage. As Chief Investment Officer, all of those funds ended the year up with the Waikato-Tainui Land Trust, which is our biggest fund. That's the first settlement we achieved, growing by 8%, and the two River Trust funds and the Sir Robert Mahuta Fund, which had recorded losses in prior years, being up by 11% each. So while we report on the annual result, we also are trying to look at results over time. So over time, each year we might have an up, we might have a down, all those, that volatility might there, but what we want to see over time, over several years, is the projection upwards. The total value of Land Trust assets, which includes the Waikato-Tainui invested funds in global equities, and all of the TGH assets, grew by 200 million to sit now at just over 2 billion. Equity grew by 117 million to 1.5 billion. And as you heard in the video, TGH was able to deliver a distribution of 32.6 million, which is the target. The target is 2.5% of net equity every year. Although we're not entirely confident at this stage that we are in a sustainable mode for that 2.5%. That is the focus of our mahi, is how do we turn the transition that we've been through with Puna Whakatupu Tangata, our investment strategy, to achieving all of the KPIs in it. So that continues to be our focus of our mahi. We go to the next page. This is the financial statements of TGH on its own. This is us as an asset manager of those 3 asset categories that I talked about. This table provides a summary of TGH's performance as asset manager, which includes all of the assets that you see as you drive around the Waikato and Auckland Airport now, the hotels, the base, Ruakura, to name a few. This excludes the tribally invested funds. While the value of the assets grew by 134 million, other financial markers are behind on last year. This is attributed mainly to the ongoing impact of increasing bank interest rates. We've been in a high bank interest rate environment for, more than 2 years now. We think we might be at the peak of that, with the inflation coming in just a week or so ago at about just 3%. So that's kind of getting in that target range for the Reserve Bank to start changing interest rates. That will take some time to come down the other side. But high interest rates puts downward pressure on property values and valuations generally. So despite this, our operating profit is steady. And operating profit is a really important marker for us because that is what we intend to fund over the long term, the distribution. So seeing it relatively steady in here at 34 million compared to last year's 35 is a good result from our perspective. Net profit is ahead of budget and return on equity for the year is almost 7%, with a very strong 3-year annualised return of 15.3%. Debt sits at 22.4% of assets. We have a policy that requires that debt should not go above 30%. But from our perspective, and as you'll hear later in the presentation, while we are within the bounds of our policy, we would prefer that our debt figures were lower because we're paying quite high interest. So that is part of the strategy that we have been working on for the last little while around how we reduce debt. Now that we've created significant value at Ruakura, we funded that pretty much out of debt, we now need to think, how do we get the cash out of there and be able to go do other things in time? So what I want to do now is ask Chris to come forward and he'll take you through the various assets that we do look after and talk about the highs and the lows.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Hanarang, for your kind words. So yeah, I'm just going to talk about the assets that we manage. The first one that I'd like to talk to is global equity. So these are basically shares that we own in global companies. And you can see here from the chart that coming out of COVID, global share markets, the value of shares fell. And in more recent times, we've seen a very sharp increase or rebound in those values. So of the sort of started out with just under $250 million worth of those shares, they fell a bit coming out of COVID, and that's the value of the shares. We still owned the same amount of shares, so it's just the value declined, and then more recently that's grown by about $63 million in the last sort of 6 to 9 months. So, and share markets are really, they go up and down, but generally the trajectory is up. It's like, think about it like the teeth on a saw. It'll go up and down, but as long as that saw's angled upwards, it'll keep going. So that's how I'd think about the shares. So the value might go up and down, but as long as we still own the shares, then we'll average that over time. We also took out $12 million of cash out of that portfolio to help fund the distributions. Whenua, our real estate assets is the biggest part of the assets that we manage. So they include Ruakura, the 4 hotels, the retail assets in the base and centre place in town, and also the Crown assets, so Huntly Power Station, the Whenua under police stations, courthouses and the like, Wintec. So the value of that is roughly $1.5 billion. And the value of those went up by roughly 12% during the year. And that was driven by a few things. Firstly, you would have seen on the video, you sort of collapsed 4 years of hard work into a 5-minute video, but the development, particularly at Ruakura, of those assets, Kmart, Big Chill, and then outside of Ruakura, the ACC building, they've seen significant change in the revenue that we earn, and these are long-term investments. And also our hotels in Hamilton had a record year. So coming out of COVID, I mean, that hotels were pretty, they weren't great assets to own, but what we've seen is a really good rebound and increase. So in terms of the occupancy, the amount of people staying in the hotel and the rate that we charge, all of those have been records since the hotels have opened in the last year. So that's, that's a really great outcome for us. And when you have events like the FIFA Women's World Cup, it gives us an opportunity when lots of people want to stay, we can push the price up really high and make more money. So, great to see that performance. We've also got a couple of new tenants at Ruakura. One is Refrigerators, which is another cool store. And we've got Sime Darby, who owns a lot of heavy machinery. They're both coming to Ruakura. So the new building that you can see just sort of popping out with the steelwork now, that's for Refrigerators. So as Hinarangi mentioned, interest rates, when they're really high, that hurts property, but also hurts our cash flow as well. So the amount of cash, that we earn. So we saw that have an impact on our profitability. It also had a big impact on our residential development. So we're in a situation now where the cost of building a new house is significantly higher than just to buy an existing property, which means when we develop residential sections, very, very hard to sell those at the moment. And also when we've done other things, looking to get people into housing, it's been very hard for them to take up those opportunities as well. Infrastructure. So infrastructure, there's two big things in here. One is the inland port at Ruakura, and that's grown really steadily. And in the last couple of weeks, we've attracted some big chunks of volume there. One, the success of Kmart, they're now going to close their South Island distribution centre and move all that product to Ruakura, and that product will all come through the inland port. And also Maersk have agreed to ship a big chunk of Fonterra's volume through the inland port as well. So they're great initiatives which will see us need to grow the area of the inland port from roughly 9 hectares to 12 hectares. So it's a gradual progress. It doesn't, it's slow and steady rather than shoot the lights out. But it's really important for the overall development at Ruakura. One that I really like is, and Tuki touched on this, is the development of Ruakura Energy. So when you develop big property like Ruakura, obviously you have to get power into it. And normally how you would do that is you would go to the likes of Well and basically pay them to do that. And then they own those assets and then they charge us of line fees for the privilege. And we didn't want to do that, so we tested and looked at a whole bunch of different models, but in the end we decided to do it ourselves. So we're now our own lines company, like Well, which means rather than building assets and giving them to someone else, we've kept them. It also means that we receive those line fees, and just off the buildings that have already been built at Ruakura, that's about $1.1 million a year. So every time that we build more buildings at Ruakura, the value of that will go up. And how we've done that is just because of the proximity of Ruakura to the big substation in Hamilton, and that substation not only powers our region but also the Bay of Plenty and the Coromandel Peninsula as well. So location is everything and scale is everything, and that means that we can do things a little bit differently. So yeah, we've saved tens of millions of dollars from doing that, and get an income stream at the same time. Our natural resources, so this is probably the second biggest pool of assets that we manage. So fishing, farms and forests. I guess the key things for this year, we have seen a pretty big increase in the productivity on our dairy farms. So we've been able to do that whilst at the same time reducing the number of cows. So we're wanting to reduce the dairy herd to reduce our environmental footprint, and it's just finding ways to do that and maintaining the production and the income that comes off that. We're also currently harvesting the forest at Kawerau, and that's been quite volatile because the log prices, particularly out of China, are up and down. And so we're just trying to navigate through that so that we are cutting the trees down when the log prices are as high as we can get. And one of the things we've also done this year is, we own a lot more carbon credits than the volume of forest. So we sold some of those carbon credits to repay some debt that were against the farms, and that just enhances the cash returns because you don't get any cash return off owning the carbon credits. The other thing that we're also really excited about is we've expanded the amount of quota that's going into our kawhia fishers. So they've been able to expand their business, and that's pretty cool. And also, the development of the pātaka scheme with them to provide fish for our marae for pokai and other events. So that's really exciting. And probably the last piece that I'll touch on around natural resources is we've got a new head of farming and forestry, Brett Tawhari, so he joins us from Aramero, and he's going to be awesome for us. He has some really exciting ideas around how we can take our farming whenua forward. So watch this space. Probably just from the downside on the farming, climatic conditions in Australia means they're killing a lot of their sheep, which means that red meat prices are down. So for when we sell sheep and cattle, the prices of those are down just because there's more supply, particularly coming out of Australia. So when we are developing big assets like Ruakura, there is the opportunity for us to do more from a social perspective. So Donna touched on social procurement, the ability to attract apprenticeships and jobs within within these developments. So I think that's really exciting for our team, because the value, particularly of those jobs, sometimes is much greater than the rent that we get from those people. So the salaries that they pay is greater than the rent. So when you think about it from a tribal economy, it's really, really important. I think the other thing just to touch on here is we've had a huge amount of support from you, from our kaumātua, from Te Whakakitenga and Te Aotearoa during the course of this year. So as we've been opening these buildings, it's been pretty busy, and we've had to rely on a lot of people to help navigate through that. So, on behalf of our team, huge thank you for that. And it means a lot for us, to have our people there and be present to see these things unfold. Because you always get the feedback when you talk about these things starting. Well, I won't be here when they finish, but it's great, when those people are here and get to see them. That is something that's really special for us. So again, a big mihi there and a big thank you. So when we talked last year, we talked a bit about our strategy, and that was around how we're going to bring in some partners, and that will enable us to reduce some debt, but also will help fund, some of the development. So if you think about Ruakura, to build out the rest of it will cost, the better part of $2 to $3 billion. And so that is a huge draw on the tribe's resources. So, what we want to do now, we've created the value, and where Ruakura is different to the likes of the base is, as Tuku said, we brought in Stephen Tyndall at the start, which meant we had to share half the value as it grew. With Ruakura, we've kept it all to ourselves, and we've used debt. But we've kept all the value to ourselves, and that value's gone up significantly. So now's the time to start bringing in partners when we've created all that value, because they have to pay for that. So that's what we'll look to do over the course of this next year. And as I've sort of said the last couple of days, we want to bring in some OPM, which means other people's money, and that's going to be really important as well, so that we don't have to draw on those tribal resources, and so that there's more money that can come out, rather than having to constantly reinvest. So that's we're out there, and this sort of chart that's up here, I think sort of the key point for me is, we've been on a huge period of growth, and the next probably year to 18 months will be probably more consolidation rather than growth, because you just can't grow at the scale that we have forever. But what I would say is, each time we grow, and it's like steps, each step is bigger than the last. So when you think about when we go on that next phase of growth, it'll be huge. And it'll be building on the strategy that we've already set with Ruakura, in the CBD in Hamilton, and our hotels and other assets. So, the platform is really set. What we've got to do is just get ready. And sort of the analogy that how I'd describe it is, we're like a surfer, we can see the next big wave coming. So we've just got to paddle ourselves into position so that we can catch it. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Yeah. As you can see, I'm not a big surfer. I don't float very well. So I think, it's been a very special year for us, and it comes at the culmination, of a hell of a lot of hard work. And it's, great to see particularly at Ruakura and Te Ariki Nui, people never thought that we could do that. To be able to go from telling people about it to now we can show them and show what we're capable of, and be proud of that, I think is, a massive achievement, and we can't do that without your support. So that is really important, and also need to thank the support of our king, Te Arotaura, and most importantly my team, because they do all the work. Whilst I stand here talking to you, they're the ones that do all the mahi in the background. So again, big thank you, and happy to take any part on.
So there you go, there's your Waikato-Tainui MBA in a nutshell in 3 hours. You fellas are awesome. No, ka whai. Me he pātai, he whakaro, something you'd like to share with Tainui Group Holdings? Tēnā koe. Kei muri rā. Mike's coming. Come on. Kia ora.
It's such a buzz for me to be here right now, and to see all of the work that's been done in this past year by all of the kaimahi. There's so many cool achievements, and the big ups and downs that have been illustrated has been so mean. I've got a pātai around kai and power. The power station that's running the Ruakura, is that available for our residential properties that are being developed? And can we build our own iwi electricity company?
Yeah, great question. When we develop residential houses at Ruakura, yes, we can connect them to that power source. So that's the plan. It isn't just the industrial part of Ruakura. Ultimately, over time, we'd like to connect up the university, ag research, innovation park, but also if we develop any houses which would be to the north around Powers Road and all through there, we'd want to connect all those up as well. And also, you would have seen in the video, there's a lot of solar going on in the roofs at Ruakura as well. So over time, we see ourselves not only being a lines company, but also generating power as well. So these are things are all in the long-term planning, but we've set the foundations for those now.
Kia ora. And will that connect all the way down here, like throughout our whole Tainui boundary?
Yeah. It's basically we can only mushroom out from the interconnected pieces of whenua. Otherwise, the cost of us to build a power line up here, and then we'd have to pay to put connections back into every property. So that would be, way too expensive. But where we can, the tribe owns 600 hectares of whenua at Ruakura. So all that should all fit in there. And so I think it's an awesome opportunity.
Sorry, last question. It's about kai. Will the supermarket be a direct competitor with the Pack and Save and Countdown, or will it also include our Māori kai, like can I go and buy a puha, a watercress and a soy, so that the whakapapa of that Māori kai can be protected forever?
Yeah, so the idea here is if we're talking about growing kai, so the vertical farm that you saw is an and approach. So Ngāti Haua have a number of gardens, and so do others across the rohe. And it always should be an and kaupapa. Hey, because I think in the end, what we're trying to do is restore the knowledge and the ability for our people not only to grow kai for themselves, but to grow kai for the supermarkets. Hey, koina. And the advantage of vertical farming is that it puts us at the head of the curve. We're leading. But that should never compromise our ability to grow kai for ourselves and for whomever. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe mō ngā pātai, ka huri ki konei, kia koe Maria, ka tahi ka haere ki Murirara.
Nei rā te karamihi o te aroha, mau I whakapakaha ki te paka, whanake I ngā rawa te iwi e tau mai te kōrero kia tūpara te hoi ki te pai e. Chris, e mihi ana ki a koe, you've worked for this iwi over a decade, and the mahi that you have accomplished for all of us is not lost on us at all. So I just wanted to give you that mihi. But before you leave, I do have a pātai.
Maria tau ka hahuata, pūre kire ki marae ko taku pātai. My question is, and it relates to the supermarket, because Tuku said that you had an elegant option for electricity efficiency, and it relates to the vertical gardens, and e mihi ana ki a koe charity ngau pātai, because it relates to that. It does look amazing. It does look innovative, the vertical horizon, vertical gardens. My question is in relation to the use of the power, what impact it will have on our awa, Waikato and Waipa. Also, I see there is a very distinct drop in the need for human resource because it's robotically powered. So what is the impact on our natural resources and the loss of human resources?
So I guess the scale of the opportunity represented by the fact that it needs a minimum use of water. It's more about nutrients and the ability to replicate the sun through these amazingly built lights. So that's the first thing. So there is no impact on our awa or the environment. What it does is that it future-proofs us against climatic change. So that's the first thing. You're absolutely right. There is a obvious reduction in people, because when we went into the factory, the only people we saw are those people running computers. Obviously, the filling the boxes and then delivering to the supermarkets. But I think because it's it's new technology, new innovation, in time we have to prepare ourselves for the digital age. So when we talk about AI and digital and database and all of those new technologies, I think the challenge for us is how do we embrace that. So where you get a situation like this where we've got robotics and we're relying on the technology, that is the face of the future. We can't turn that back. But the key for us is to how do we get involved in it. And that's this is just one of the initiatives that allow us to get involved and to embrace the opportunity.
Tēnā koe. Thank you, Tuku.
Kia ora.
Kia muri mai. And we'll come down here.
A kātina te whānau. Kia ora anō koutou. E tēnā koutou. Ngā marae maha o te mutu. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou kua tāia tīnana mai. Ki tēnei ui a iwi. Hini Henderson, Waikato marae. I have a bit of a dilemma. Me and my relations. Tainui Waikato Ngāti Kauro beneficiary role, 2,500. I have a dilemma. I'm finding that this Tainui Waikato beneficiary role that I hold allegiance to, that I've given everything to, Privacy Act, everything, be in this role, been thrust around Kāwhia Moana, another entity, claiming mana whenua, sitting in the local government, Otaronga, claiming mandate from the registration beneficiary roll, Tainui Waikato roll, on the maraes, the 10 marae at Kāwhia Moana. And this is for the Waitiri claim. I don't know who's double dipping, me or them.
Yeah.
Now, I know who beneficiary roll on that. And I'm sworn allegiance. But they have me and my relations, 2,500 of them. It's thrown around in Otohonga District Council from another entity claiming mana whenua. Hey, I believe there's double jeopardy or something, isn't it? Double dipping. Yeah. And this is, I can only speak on the 2,500 Ngāti Ikauro, Waikato-Tainui beneficiary at Waipapa Marae. But this is concerning all the maraes at Kāwhia. It concerns the Waikato-Tainui beneficiary roll that are on these Kāwhia marae. Now this is where I say there's a dilemma. My name's getting chucked around, man, my 2,500 relations getting chucked around in this entity for the Y30 claim. You got name how? 1995. Actually, Imua, 1995. Data how is the Marae Kiana, the Marae training program. Yes. Ko ngā kaumātuas ko ngā, ko ngā kaumātua, marae tōpū. Why is the Taranaki Kairo, Waikato-Tainui beneficiary roll in that round? Somebody else has I don't know, taking mandate from it. Speaking in the local government, or the white claim 30. Are you going to help me? I don't think it's right. Are you going to help me and my 2,500? Hey, our name is twice put down for the one claim.
Kapa.
Kia ora koutou.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou, Ngāti Kaireo e kawe nei kaupapa mo te paengo Kāwhia Moana. Tēnā koe e te whaia koha mai o ngō kōrero ki te whare nei. Nō reira mā mātou, e kaitiaki ngi ngō kōrero, me whakahoki kōrero ki a koe, mai te tīma Rights and Interest. Kia mōhio pai koe he hanga mahi o te iwi nei ki roto takiwā. Ko e rā atu, nā wai. Ne? So it's important that you understand from our Rights and Interest team what they are presenting on your behalf in Kāwhia Moana, so that we can maybe clear some of this up. Because kāre tātou e taia te tauku me ngā huatanga o te whānau, pa ka taia te whakatike i nā tātou ake mahi. Kei raro i te maru o rāhui. So we'll come back to you, Whaihini, with those whakamārama at the right time, but i nā kare te tangata i konei, I don't want to put words in his mouth. Ka whakahoki tō tika mai ki a koe. Ka pai? Thank you. Tēnā koe mo te pātai. Kei muri rāna?
Kia ora tātou. Ko Dale Edwards, a.k.a. Hatu, nickname. O Waipapa me Pōhara o ngā marae.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, I'm a small reinforcing construction business contracting directly into the port. I've been in there since Kmart, and in June we finished construction on the Ruakura substation, and by the end of August we would have completed our works in the refrigerate project. So I'm doing all this work through Calder Stewart, and everyone talks about helping themselves, so I ask you give Calder Stewart the work, I will get the work. That's going to be good for everyone down at the port, because I listened to Tuku about his presentation with the vertical grow, and Brad talks about looking ahead for our tamariki, all I see is a good thing. That's got to be a good thing for the future of maybe clean up a bit of the whenua now that you have the power down at the Ruakura port to maybe start projects on a big scale down at the port now that you've got the whenua down there. Tuku, is that correct? Maybe going along those lines that you were talking about for the vertical grow and for any other projects, because I see in the report today that Simere Derby are also going to be starting, which is good. It's a good forecast for all us business guys out there. The question to you, Tuku, is there likely to have more projects coming up, maybe in the vertical grow in the Ruakura? We have,
we have a number of projects that are come, and if you talk to Chris or you talk to Donna, there are lots of opportunities that are coming. They have their own processes, and I know that we are committed to using our people and their various skills and experience, and we've shown that by record. That's exactly what we do. So if you want to have a bit of a chat.
That's not the only place. I believe there's actually projects also happening here at Pupu and everywhere else. So, you know, as far as anyone, I suppose it's talking about the projects.
Never talk to Donna as you walk out.
Okay.
Kia ora.
Whai Donna, and then we'll come up the top to you, Rong.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mi ingu ka koutou e hui mai nei. Donna Pukere Phillips, Papaoro tū me o Mairo Marae. My partai is about investment and kai sovereignty. I'm aware that Fonterra is in the process of selling off their core brands, and I was just wondering if the tribe is considering that as a possible investment project or investment into the future and looking at it from a kai sovereignty perspective.
Well, we haven't, from the tribal point of view, the Chris can answer for himself, but from where we're sitting, we haven't done any investigation into that opportunity. No.
Got it. We're not looking at it either. So those, what Fonterra are doing is selling off some of their global brands, particularly in Asia. We need to invest at home first. And that's where our focus is.
Thank you. Hang up to you, Rong.
Tēnā koutou korongo kūku taku ingoa, ko tiranga waiwai tōku marae mihi ana hau ki te tepu, tēnā rā atu koutou. My partai follows on from Donna's around data sovereignty. What does that look like? And then in terms of commercial investment, social investment, what types of measures are being taken to understand what well-being, how is our people thriving, what does that look like, and kia ora tātou.
So the same question came to me at a previous hui. We are putting together all of the information, and then we will pass it to the Group Investment Committee, who were the people who vetted and provided an independent assessment of the viability as a business case for the supermarket project. We're going to do the same thing with the vertical farming. And once we get to that, we need to have our eyes wide open to all of the possibilities, including understanding what the risks are. I just got to grab it. And so that report will come, and that's the direction we will follow. In addition to that, I've said to both Donna to work with Chris, the CEO of TGH, that we're going to go hand in hand in this. So we're going to work together. But I think the first step for us is understanding what the information is, then passing that information to the independent assessor, and then we'll get a better an understanding of the risks and the business case in totality. That's where we need to get to.
Ka pai tapere atu taku kōrero ki a koe mō e rā kōrero. Just want to say that tribal impact investing is the new gold. Knowing what in our own data, what this change is actually doing in whānaus, and community. That's our new goal. So if you have that expertise, there's a whole team that need your gold and your ability to analyse that, and Glenn's just going to start talking.
Yeah, great. Trust Waikato is definitely one of those partners that we regularly connect in with, and we're on a bit of a learning journey right now around understanding things like social investment, impact investment, data sovereignty as well. So our current approach to that is to use all of these great partners that we have, te rauku nei hoa, kei ngā tōpito te ao, to understand what they know and how that might be useful within our context. So we're working quite closely with Spark Digital around what data sovereignty means from a global perspective and what that might be useful for us. The Philanthropy New Zealand and the likes of Trust Waikato, many just around how they're measuring social returns on investment and what that looks like from a trouble perspective. So we're on a bit of a journey. So yes, anyone who has those expertise, I'm sure, and we do need to acknowledge our PMO manager, Christy Torua, who is leading a lot of that work for us, and that will be implemented in our next 5-year plan.
Kia ora, thanks, Ken. And kia kawe e tātou e pōhehia no te ao kei waho e nei kōrero te ao Māori hoki. Is the marae alive? Is it warm? Are people feeling welcome? Are more whānau coming home? Those are all our indicators of well-being, and they're all going to be part of this. So, karangati kia koutou ngā māngai. So, we're there, whānau. We reached the end line. I failed another KPI, finished you an hour after the time. But I want to thank you for your time and attention. We're going to have these last couple of questions before I forget. Oh, see, just when I say we're there, everyone got a question. So, kei reira, nei, kei te pai, auntie, kei te pai, kia kore ai.
Kia ora, tēnei te mihi ki te whare, te iwi o Waikato-Tainui. Ko marama kehi ahau. I come from Omairo, Te Papaoratu, Waipa and Mauria Marae. I'm here today to represent my husband, my partner, who can't be here today, who is in jail. I am here to reclaim his land back to him. In 1979, the Crown took 68 hectares from my partner's family, the Kingi family in Horowhara, for the puppet act works of soil conservation and river control purposes. Here I came to the Waikato-Tainui tribe to speak with Liza, Hiku or Portia Wharikura about this. And this is what they gave back to me in 2023. They gave me back an act that says, the title is subject to the following. Section 11 of the Crown Minerals Act 1991, which talks about if I find or if I dig up gold, then it goes back to the Crown. The only thing that you will find or I will dig up on that land is human bones, because that's where the first Hora Marae was established. The second one is Part 4 of A Conservation Act 1987. It speaks about the cleaning of the land and the river, which means planting and looking after the environment of the land. The third one is the rights to the Waikato Regional Council under Section 17 of the Waikato-Tainui No-Party Claims Waikato River in 2010, which primarily says that by the Crown, the Waikato Regional Council and the Waikato-Tainui No-Party claims will uphold and abide by the Crown to maintain and look after the land the best possible they can. Down the bottom it says, Marama, we have not been able to confirm who the owner was at the time the land was taken. So we have two pieces here to help you. There are two pieces of work we have for the tribe here, is how to return the land and who to return it to. Okay, I have the title of the land dated back in 1922 and was
given a certificate of title to the owner, Hone Tangihia Kingi and Tia Tangihia Kingi, our brothers and sisters of the late Hone Kingi the first. So I'm here today to give evidence of the legal documents of his tupuna, his grandfather that owned the land. And this is the legal document of Te Whakakitenga that says that they have this land block here, which runs from the Rangariri Bridge all the way down to where Te Aira Moana lives today. And I also have a certificate here that states my husband was legally adopted by Hone Kingi, a landowner. So I'm here today to ask, how do I receive the land back for myself, my children and my grandchildren? Thank you.
Tuatahi nei anō te mihi ki a koe, te tai mai me tō kaupapa, tuarua, me whakatau tēnei hui I tō tono, kia mana ai. So that this hui iwi receive the tono that you've placed in the house, not unlike fire, that you receive the appropriate response. Kua rongo te hui, kua tau, ki runga I te pepa, ka waiho mā te ka whakohoki kōrero tika ki a koe, a pepa nei, kia whakatika ai tēnei kaupapa kei te whanaunga. So just for everybody, we will receive at this hui iwi that important kaupapa from this whānau. It will be addressed by the appropriate officers, nei rā ko tōna, ka whakahoki kōrero ki aia. And this hui will hold us accountable, ne? Kua kitea te marea. Tēnā koe kei te tuahine. Coming down to you, Aunt. Kia aroha mai, you were in my blind spot. Aroha mai. Ai, aroha mai.
Been blind for the last
Oi, yare. Ai.
All right. I got together that the first, Chris. Thank you very much, Chris.
Kei konei. He's coming so you can see, he can be in your life.
I'm sad that you're going, but you've achieved a lot for this tribe. I don't care what anybody says. The fact of the matter is you've worked hard. And we've seen it on that screen. Last year I held you accountable, likewise your boss. And I wanted answers. Today, we got those answers. Thank you. Ngā mihi a Monika. So that's retirement in November. Where's your badge? We'll come up.
Good question.
Evidence. Thank you. I'm here. Tuku? I love that kaupapa. Kai sovereignty. Here's the facts. Ngaru Awahi, a 9,000 footfall every day into new worlds. 6,000 of them are Māori. We need that kaupapa. We need to take control of our own sovereignty. Tino mana motu hake. So I support that kaupapa. Totally. Mahia ka tere. We can't wait. Engari mahia ka tika. Ne? And I think it's a good kaupapa, everybody. We said that before. Get cracking and turn your gardens, your backyards into gardens. And mangare rawa tātou. You rather take your money to the Pākehā. So I just wanted to say thank you. Because last year I held you accountable too. That's right.
Every year, right? Every year.
And it's come out. It's come out. We want to grow. And kia huri atu kia koe, he ni. Where are you? Te take raka ngā marae tōpu. E harana ngā marae tōpu te he. Nā te utungatanga o te kaumāru I te tangata ka haere rātou, ka pūtere rātou ki te iro. It's not ngā marae tōpu. All right? Kia ata mara matai tātou kata. So there you are. Everybody, thank you very much for this good report today. I like it. Love the screens, short to the point. Very good, and well done with husband and wife. So I reckon they deserve a good paki today. Yeah, all of them. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And taking it back to my tani from Waikato. Kia koe te.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Kazi Mai. Yeah, tautoko. Food sovereignty, I'm all in favour of it. But where are we going to make the sacrifice? It's going to cost millions of dollars to set it up. It's not going to happen on its own technology costs. That's all on that. And to Chris, the power plants in Ruakura, are you going to distribute power? Are we going to make power? Because it's not going any further than Ruakura at this point. So that's all good and well for that. So I'd like to tautoko our kōtero over here with the Rangariri episode.
Yeah.
I also like to point out, as I had for 20 years, Ngāti Naungo on this whenua here.
Tēnā koe.
This was given back for part of the tribal settlement in 95, but it had a hapu here. Ngāti Naungo, Ngāti Whawhākia. Now start dealing with it. You're going to deal with it, but I tautoko. Two raupatis don't make anything. It's just another raupati. And Tuku, keep dreaming, and I support you as long as you dream, but dreams are worth nothing, mate, until my marae has the new wharekai. Not just Waikato, there's other marae. If we can't hold up our marae, you haven't got a chance of saving the iwi. You haven't got a chance, mate. And I mean that with respect. You fix our maraes up, because that's the only place we get our mana. It's on our marae. We can't even line it. We got tangi, we got to take it to other people.
Ka pai.
So tautoko.
Tēnā tātou.
Walk it or...
Thank you. Thank you for the embedded tribal wisdom that has been shared today. Thank you for the new optimism that's in the room. Thank you to all of you who will see the next 50 years and you came today to be inspired and to, again, take leadership. So I just want to acknowledge what that takes by acknowledging the long service in the group. Retihia ha miora te papa orotu Ngāti Mahanga, over 30 years service to this organisation. Yeah. Moira Solomon, Tūranga Waiwai Marae, over 30 years service to this organisation. And of course our Chris that has been acknowledged today. I'm noting these three kaimahi because they are choosing to go to retire, check of them, you know. You haven't heard my saying, Waikato, we keep what we kill. No. I guess that's not a very good analogy, eh? But say long service, but again, the values, what they brought into the iwi, what they kohad back, and it's been mahit by all of you. So tērā, tērā, he pātai whakare o he kōrero. Kia roha mai, I asked. Okay, pātai, engari kia tautika. Tōtika ki tō pātai, please.
Whānau, nā mihi nui katoa.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
tautoko the kōrero.
Ka pai.
And for your beautiful work you've done. Nā mihi. My kōrero is like the whānau over here. We had a pātai years ago over here inside this house.
Ka pai.
And our pātai was to do with Papa. Papa Rāhui. He heard our kōrero in the house. And it was to do with our land back in Tainga, out at Tiako, Horia. So I would like to be on the kōrero with you, Fire.
Whakahokia e rā kōrero ki ro whare. Tēnā koe.
But at the same time, I wanna have a kōrero too about your fellas kōrero at Ruakura about electricity and that you got over there.
Kia tōtika.
My kōrero is this. Whānau, we lived here in Waikato for a long, long time. We got a house over here, eh? Over here doing the electricity. Okay, the power side. How come we ain't connected up like how you're going to connect?
No, so the aspiration, yeah.
Why can't we do the same here for our people?
No, tribal energy is on the agenda. It's just where we're starting.
Kia ora.
Tribal energy is on the agenda, whether it's solar, other ways of generating. So base needs, that's what we're going for, eh?
Well,
Resilience in the whānau.
We are the main hapu here in Tainui, aren't we?
Tautoko.
This is where it should be happening.
Yeah.
Foremost.
Yes.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
But thank you for bringing those dreams and hopes into the room, because if we don't dream bigger, we won't get it. Okay, so tēnā koutou. I really appreciate that. So, you've all spent your day with me. There is the support. Hey, you have a great idea when you get home. You have a whānau member that needs to be involved in any of this. Āwhina at tainui.co.nz. All right, because you're going to have it. We expect to hear from you. First ones we hear back from, you might actually get some attention. Nah. Kei reira, kei reira. But these are the things, if you're wondering at home or here, how you can help us, how you can get more involved. Every marae in this next period is thinking about how whakatupuranga rua 2050 means something for them. So go home and have that talk, or talk to the people running your marae. That whole thing about tribal impact investment, we need our best and brightest to think into that space. When they run the wānanga, attend. Yeah? There's a whole lot of kaupapa that are coming up that our marae need all of your thinking back at the, in the marae meeting, so that we're all not trying to figure it out for ourselves. So I really encourage you to do that. Mutunga mai o te rā, I know from the pai to the haukainga that we want to thank the ringawera, all of them, so me mihi ka tika, for the 3 days that they put on. And i nā ka rongo koe kai taku kuengi, ka noho ora mai tō iwi ki te reo Waikato. Nō reira, werohia kia wiwi, kia haumaru ai te mona nui ākiwa, hoki maori mai kai taku kuengi. Yeah? That he brings his opportunities home to us, and he knows that home is safe. So ge mihi to you all for your time. Kana huri atu ki taku tingane kia Pierre. Maua no tō tāua hui e whakakapi, but don't forget, it's just the end of the hui. The end of the thinking, never. Okay, ka pai? Kia ora. Oh, sorry. Just like a good poker, we're ending on raffles. Nah. We've got the draw. We're drawing the prize. Sorry, kia ora mai.
So we got 4 prizes, whānau. We've got a night for 2 at the Ibis. That's the 4th prize. The 3rd prize is a night for 2. Oh, sorry. Fourth prize is a night for 2 at the Novotel up at Auckland. The 2nd prize is a night for 2 at the Novotel here in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa. Yep. And then the 1st prize is a night for 2 at Tarinui Pullman. Okay, so I'm going to ask someone to just draw out, but if you draw your name out, ka roha, okay, you have to put it back in. No. I might ask the tepu. Yeah. Okay, yes, okay. So we're going to go the top prize first. Okay, so everyone's get the chances. Once you get, if you win one, that's it, you're out. Okay, you can't win all 4. Okay. All right. So let's go. Someone at the front. Okay. This is for Tarikinui. This is for the night at Tarikinui.
I haven't even stayed at Tarikinui. Dali tu hakaraina. Ngāti te ora rau ngā iti. She got a lot of fun. I want to drive her there now. Oh, yeah.
Write the Pullman on that one, mate.
Okay, next prize will go night for 2 at the Novotel Tainui. Really? Redraw. All right, the third prize, this is for, and you can always have a kōrero with the other winners if you want to try and swap if they agree, but kia houtou. A night for 2 at the Novotel in Auckland.
Yeah.
Move, runner!
Hey! Papa move! Korua tai, eh?
And the last prize, this is for a night at the Ibis. And look, the Ibis is, look, if you haven't been to the Ibis had a refurbishment. It looks really nice. The kai is really nice. The deck there over the river is really nice. Okay, so it's a lovely. It's done up really well. So the 4th prize here for a night at the Ibis here in Hamilton.
Awesome. So, Taihua. So, thank you, whānau. Thank you for your keen participation.
Kia ora,
today.
aroha mai. Mama has asked
to redraw
for everyone, so she wants to give it out to someone else.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so she's
Redraw away.
She's giving a koha back for that. So you go.
Gee, spoils, auntie, spoils.
Ko te karo tanaki. So
Jane Patena.
Ka pai, Jane. I just got one pānui. So thank you again to TGH, the staff, to the winners. Enjoy your luxury night out. One thing that was going to go through quietly, but we're all going to celebrate it now. Our very own, one of our very own was awarded an award last night for your services to accounting and to the whole sector of Māori and Indigenous work. The E Hika Award, tēnā koe, hinerangi daimati. Got you. In front of the whole iwi. We all know. No. So nei anō te mihi ki a koe hinerangi, ko koe te tino tauira so that other graduates of ours can follow in your shoes. So nō reira e te iwi, kia manawa nui, thank you very much for today. Ka whakaokia ki a koe Pierre, tēnā koe.
Nō reira, tautoko nā mihi. Kia koutou katoa mō koutou na whakaaro, koutou kōrero, ngā wero, ngāna we, ngā kōrero, aki, neira te mihi, kia koutou katoa. Ka tai tinana mai, ki tēnei hui āiwi, kia whakapāho mai, kia whakahua mai, ngā take kei wanganui a koutou. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi, tēnā koutou, koutou, te ipurangi, ko hara mai ma te ipurangi, hei mi anō hoki kia koutou katoa. Nō reira, kua ea, ko tutuki pai, tātou nei hui tēnei rangi, mā koe whakaka. Neira te mihi kia koutou, kia tātou katoa, ki unui tātou. Hiki te torongo mai whiti o tēnei wānanga tukua tak kia ea tukua ka oi. Orangi nui e toke nei ka papatūnu ka takotoa mai nei. Tūturu o whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Tīna. Aumi e hui e. Ai. Kia ora tātou.
Awesome. Number day.
Woo! Kātahi te kaupapa, te rā nui whakahirahira, whakaharahara ko tēnei te hui ātau, rua mano, rua te kaumāwha, pewhia tō rā.
I ora rawa tau i ngā kōrero I puta I te rangi nei, me te rongo I ngā pikinga, wai hoki ko ngā ekenga o tō tātou iwi. So it's always great to hear of the achievements, the priorities of the iwi, because that's what the hui ātau is all about. And to know that this is a whānau affair, that anybody can come, that you don't have to leave your tamariki at home, being that we have heaps of tamariki, and sometimes that cancels you out of a gig. So it's been a whānau orientated, friendly affair.
Yeah. Absolutely. And speaking of our tamariki, we had a pepe here today who was only a couple of months old, who signed up as a registered Waikato-Tainui tribal register. Now that pepe is a part of our 91,000 tribal members. Tēnā koutou kei te whānau no tauwhare marae I whakaumai I tā koutou pepe, ki wanganui a tātou I tēnei rā. Ka oti kia koutou katoa, kua kotahi mai I tēnei rā.
Nā reire, he henau kia te āhua whakarāpopoto I ngā kōrero I puta I roto I te whare o te whakakitengo o Waikato, I te tukunga I ngā pūrongo ātau mō ia peka o tō tātou waka o Waikato-Tainui. So the hui for the Waikato-Tainui Hui ātau AGM and all the different reports from the different areas of Waikato-Tainui just took place within the chambers of te whakakitengo o Waikato. And you heard from Tainui Group Holdings, Waikato-Tainui, Te Arataura, the Waikato Endowed College, and the different things that they have achieved, their key priorities for the last year and for the years to come. So one of the most important things at the moment for Waikato-Tainui is the 5-year plan. Now the 5-year plan has come into effect. Before the 5-year plan we had 5 po that guided our way forward for our iwi of those 91,000 members that you talked about. Now those different po are titled under these categories: Taiao, the environment. Now, I just want to make a note that Donna Flavel, the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Waikato-Tainui, pointed out for our Taiao area that we are highly undersubscribed to in terms of putting in for applications for funding for the Taiao grant, and never ever gets met. So, for all of us that are involved in that area and want to do some kind of taiao initiative for your marae, for your whānau, you just need to be affiliated to Waikato-Tainui. Put in your grants, put in your applications to get a grant for the taiao environmental fund, because the funding is there to support our kaupapa. Now, that's something that I wanted to highlight out of the taiao area. I'm just referring to my notes here. I took photos of the different slides. Now, there is huge information. If I'm going to just get our handy helper to get us one of the reports, one of the puka on the table now, all of this information you can access through Waikato-Tainui. Thank you very much, my lovely helper. Now, we have the report here. It's the Te Purongo Ato or Waikato-Tainui. And as you can see, it's massive. I'm going to do a little bit of this. There's a bit of reading, but it's everything that you need to know about the tribe, about our iwi, Waikato-Tainui, and what's taken place over the last financial year is in here. So I encourage you to access a copy through Waikato-Tainui. You can do that via the website. You can ring 0800 Tainui. Now, I was about to go through all of my notes, but there is so much to know and learn. And what I also want to do is mihi to our current CEO of Tainui Group Holdings, who has resigned, Chris Joblin. He has worked for our iwi tirelessly. He tau iwi, he kiritea, e harai te Māori, engari na tana aroha nui, ngākau nui, tana aroha nui kia tātou Waikato-Tainui, I whakaki I taua tūranga. But want to mihi to Chris Joblin for his work, his dedication and his compassion and passion for our iwi over a decade, and we wish him well in his future endeavours. Now, across board, what's really important to know too is that there have been rises in all of our investments and all of our profits from our different investments. For instance, we experienced COVID, and so there was a significant drop due to that devastation on the world. However, in the last 2 years post-COVID, there has been a huge spike of profits for our hotels, the Ibis and Novotel. So for all our investments, our main investments, for people want to know, how much money do we got? Where is the money coming from? And how's it going to benefit us? As a member in the House, as a māngai of Purekiriki Marae for Te Whakakitengo Waikato, I am privileged to be in the whare and hear about this kōrero. But three of our main investments are farming, fishing and forestries. And you also may want to know, well, what is the environmental impact on of those investments upon our whenua, because we are whenua driven, we are whakapapa driven and we are whānau driven. And all of those three important kaupapa are underpinned by wai, by water. And so you can feel confident in knowing that we have a very talented team across all the different aspects and spheres of Waikato-Tainui that have the ability, the mātauranga, the experience to hit the ground, do the mahi in whatever field they are operating in. And as we also know with this current government, that Māori initiatives, Te Tiriti, and all the underlying principles have taken a huge hit and continue to do so. But what we need to warm our hearts with is that ahako te kāwanatanga o te rā, ka haere te kāwanatanga, ka ara mai te kāwanatanga, kei konei tonu ngā ngai Māori e mahi ana, e kōkiri ana I tō tātou mana Māori motuhake. So it doesn't matter about the government of the day. We have ourselves, we have Waikato-Tainui and any other iwi out there that are doing the do for our people and will continue to do it.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, koira te take kua tū tāna ringa mo te kaunihira Māori o Waikato. Kirikiriroa.
H-Town, Hamilton.
Oh, okay, and how's that going for you?
So out the fire, I put my hand up to stand as, or try and stand as a councillor for the Māori ward for Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, H-Town. This is the last time I'll use that word, Hamilton, because when I get in, we're going to change the name. It's going to be Kirikiriroa, H-Town all day. Now, seriously, I put my hand up because I was asked to. And my whānau has encouraged me to do this kind of mahi for a long time. And I was H-Town, born and bred, live and breathe, Waikato, H-Town all day, every day. And we need a Māori voice in there which is instantly recognisable as from being from H-Town. Now, H-Town is me and I am H-Town, and I'm all about ensuring that we have wai, clean water, kai, food, and a ahuru moai, a safe place for all people to live no matter what. And it's not about creating new initiatives, no, not at all. It's all about hononga. Everything is based on relationships and connections. So you need to have those connections and build on those relationships in order to tap into initiatives and kaupapa that are already happening, like within Waikato-Tainui. Waikato-Tainui are the biggest whenua owner and the biggest business developers in the entire city. So the mana of our city of Hamilton, H-Town, Kirikiriroa is actually reliant on us Waikato-Tainui. And so that's what I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about our people, about our awa, about the environment, and about whānau and everyday people, you know. I want people to be able to see a councillor and say, yeah, I can connect with that person. That person understands what I'm going through, and or can empathise and not be totally disjointed and somewhere else on another planet. And so, you know, I know what that's like. You know, I'm a mother of 8 children. I have 1 mokopuna, Te Awa Nui o Taikuhu, named for the river of Waikato. And so that's the legacy that we're creating. I have 7 siblings. My mother has 36 mokopuna and 22. No. Yeah, almost into these great grandchildren. So there is this whole legacy alongside our long-standing aroha and connection with Te Whare Wānanga Waikato, the University of Waikato. I could go on and on. It's been scary. It's been exciting. It's been empowering and uplifting, not only just for myself, but also for my whānau. And I wouldn't do this if I didn't have the agreeance or the tautoko from, firstly, my mother, Terita Pepish, Dr. Terita Pepish, our matriarch, our VIP, our MVP, and also my husband. And my husband and I recently got married. We celebrated our first wedding anniversary. And so if you had asked me 5 years ago to do this, I would have said no, because I wouldn't have thought I could. But now that I have a strong man behind me to do my stuff, and that's me putting my hand up for Hamilton City Council, vote, go to any library, voting closes on the 7th of August. If you're enrolled on the Māori Roll with a Hamilton address, you can vote.
Ara, e tewe, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. E tino whakahihi, e tino pohokere rua nā au. Ki te whakarongo ki a koe, me te tūpono kāre kore kai ke koe ki ngā taumata. Hei pānga mo te iwi. You've already been doing it all your life. Now you'll just be doing it in another lane, and I'm so excited for you. Voting is open e te whānau. Ka mutu pia tātou I konei, e kore rawa e mutu ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa I whai wāhi mai ki tēnei kaupapa. Tāhua rawa.
Rawa atu. Ka nui te aroha ki a koutou katoa, e ngā whānau, e ngā hapu, e te iwi o Waikato whānui, mauri ora ki a koutou.
Pai e kore rawa e mutu ngā mihi ki tō tātou kiengi, a kiengi tūhei te a pōtatau, te whero, te tuawhitu, te makau ariki, te kāhui ariki, nui tonu, pai maere kaua hoki koe, ware e te iwi, mai te tekau mārima ki te rua tekau mātahi, ka tū, te koro nei hana, mo tō tātou kiengi, just down the road here at Tūranga Waiwai. That is the next awesome kaupapa ahead of us.
Koia, ai.
Hei reira e te iwi. Pai mārire.
Pai mārire.